EB2, depress pump manual ISO, open. Expect alert down.
Open. Depress pump man ISO.
EB2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If it's greater than 5.5, stop depress.
EB1, 2.
Depressurization has begun in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. This is a very slow process, bringing that pressure in the crew lock portion down to as near zero as possible, equating it to almost a vacuum, which is what the astronauts will experience once they are outside of the hatch. Crew lock pressure now under 10 psi. Depressurization will continue until a pause at 5 psi.
And EB2, next step will be when the crew lock at 6.0, you hit alert down, and at 5.0 psi, you close the manual ISO valve.
EB2. 5.0. Copy.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and in your frame right now you see Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi peeking in on the crew members as he monitors depressurization. We have another Ask NASA question, this one from Pippa. Hi Pippa. She wants to know the temperature on the space station. Inside the station, the temperature stays at about 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Copy 6.0. Next, when 5.0 psi, you close the manual ISO.
YouTube. Move my feet, Nader Hopper. I'm sorry, Zenith. Okay. Depress pump, man iso valve closed.
EV2. Next, EV1, EV2. DCM, switch display to status until leak check question mark displayed. Hold yes for 2 seconds, follow display instructions.
TV1, 2.
Preparation for today's spacewalks continue. The crew lock portion of the Quest airlock is currently being depressurized, bringing it down to near vacuum, just like space. Once they egress or exit the hatch today, the crew members have a variety of tasks ahead of them. Both will work on the early ammonia system to vent some jumpers, 2 specifically, and one will be moved to the near the airlock, outside of the airlock. A wireless video system external transceiver assembly will be removed and replaced by Victor Glover. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will be working on several tasks at the Columbus module, including at the Bartolomeo platform, where he will be working to connect cables from a previous spacewalk this year.
Manual ISO valve open.
Fast pump, man, ISO valve open.
Check the left tone. And the emergency imperative is now open. EB1, EB2, monitor SUPI gauge less than 5.5.
EB1, 2.
And EB2, your next action is when the crew lock is at 2.0 psi, you will close the manual ISO valve and the pump power to OFF.
EB2.
This handheld camera view coming from Soichi Noguchi inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, monitoring depressurization of the crew lock, where Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover are now preparing for today's spacewalk, depressurization continuing smoothly. We're in a quick satellite handover as depressurization continues.
6.0, depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, and you can turn pump power to all FF.
Depressed pump power is off, OFF.
Okay, I see it off. It's been a pleasure working, serving you. And now the Space Ambassador of Denmark is going to take over. Andy.
Thanks, Luigi. Thanks, Luigi. And Kate. And Kate, yep.
Good afternoon, Ike and Hopper. I'm ready for an initial tether config if you are.
All right, Andy. It's great to hear your voice. All right. So EV1, starting at the airlock D-ring extender, has a waist tethered small hook, which is closed, locked, black on black, good full test. And then my waist tether is connected to that. Large hook to large hook, good full test. Both are locked, black on black. My waist tether small hook is to my right D-ring extender lock, gate closed, black on black. In my safety tether anchor load alleviating strap hook, the red hook is locked, black on black to the right D-ring extender. That reel, the red reel, is unlocked. That reel has a green hook locked to it. The yellow hook from that reel is locked to my green reel. It's closed, sliders locked, black on black, good full test. And that anchor is locked, black on black, to Hopper's red reel. And that reel is unlocked.
Copy all for you, Ike. That sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to start for EV2 with my right D-ring extender for my waist tether. It is, small hook is on that. So close, solder lock, black on black, good full test. And the hook is to my T-bar. Also on the right D-ring extender is my red small hook. Still close, solder lock, black on black, good full test. And the yellow hook from my red reel, which is unlocked, is attached to the green reel. Bell closed, solder lock, black on black, good full test. Green reel is unhooked or unlocked. The small green hook is attached to my red reel, and that is unlocked. And my anchor hook is to my T-bar. Also attached to my red reel is EV1 already reported, is his anchor hook, bell closed, solder lock, black on black, with a good full test.
Excellent. That's a good config for both of you.
Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover reporting their tether configurations ahead of today's spacewalk. This view you can see through the window of the hatch that separates the crew lock and equipment lock portions.
And just a heads up, you can expect an alert tone when the crew lock DPDT is about 0 on the DCM.
EV1. 2.
And we have about 10 minutes until we're at vacuum.
EV1. 2.
Depressurization of the crew lock slowly continues, bringing that down to a vacuum before the astronauts open the hatch and egress or exit into space. The spacewalk will officially begin when Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover, our spacewalking astronauts today, switch their suits to internal battery power. As we await depressurization's completion, another look at what we can expect to see the astronauts work on today. We mentioned that early ammonia system. They'll be venting 2 of the jumpers there, and 1 will be relocated to the outside of the airlock. Victor Glover will remove and replace a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will be working several tasks at the Columbus module, including working on some jumpers and plugs for the Bartolomeo platform outside Columbus. Additionally, he will be reconfiguring a ham radio and closing 11 cable clamps used on Bartolomeo.
Copy 0.6. So when it reaches less than 0.5, then you can open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy, and if you see that before I do, which is likely going to be the case, let me know and I'll get started.
Copy, will do.
Andy Mogensen, today's ground IV, reporting to the crew that they are almost ready to open the hatch. But back to the tasks we can expect to see. We'll also see the crew members install a stiffener on the thermal airlock cover. This will help keep the cover from blowing open. And their last scheduled task is to route cables to camera ports 8 and 9. These will create a Wi-Fi hotspot once connected.
Ike, we see a delta P of less than 0.5 psi. You are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy, in work, and I see 0.5 on the gauge, just for your info. Wow. All right, Hopper. Yep, let's scrunch down your way a little bit. You got. All right. That's just unlocked. That's just unlatched. Nicely done, Ike. Hey, that little forearm trick worked. Yeah? What do you know? All right, well, Ike, Andy, the hatch is open.
Copy. And Suichi in the airlock, you are go to close the emergency MPEV.
Anything for you, Andy? The MPEV is closed.
Copy. Now, Ike and Hopper, on your DCM, you can switch power to BAT. Please stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone, and then check your display switch is functional.
1, power to BAT.
We're in another satellite handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems, but just before, you saw NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover open the thermal cover of the hatch. That's the exact thermal cover they'll be working on later today.
Switch power to EV1 and 2 to off, and check that the 4 power LEDs are also off.
Power EV1, off. Power EV2, off. LEDs are off.
Copy. Now you can disconnect the SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
EV1 in work. EV2.
And since the spacesuits have switched to internal battery power, the spacewalk has officially begun at 7:14 a.m. Central Time.
See you in the pouch.
Copy. Hopper, you can now check that the deep press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Deep press pump. ISO valve closed.
All right, both of you on your DCM, please take your temperature control valve to max hot.
In work. EV1 max hot. EV2 max hot.
Now switch water to on, ON.
EV1 water on. EV2 on.
Check your DCM is blank and bite is off.
EV1 blank bite off. EV2 blank bite off.
Now you can set your temperature control valve as desired.
EV1.
And check your suit P gauge and report, please, to us.
EV1, suit pressure gauge is 4.2.
EV2, 4.2.
All right, you'll be exiting into night, but there's only about 5 minutes left, so you can set your visors as you'd like.
1, 2.
All right, Ike, you can go ahead and open the hatch thermal cover and egress. On your way out,
Cover's open.
copy. On your way out, please check that the pip pin is in place, and please give us a read of the hatch gauge.
Copy. And there are several pit pins, any one in particular? And the hatch gauge is 0.2. All right, Hopper, I am heading out.
Roger.
Copy, 0.2.
I'm going to come your way a little bit first. You got? Can you go toward the UIA? Later.
There you go.
Thank you. Right, Andy, I can see the 2 inboard pins, and they're both in place.
Yeah, copy that, Ike. We're just looking for the forward hinge, the aft pin. So if you're saying both inboard ones are in place, that's good.
Okay, in place. Okay, can you go towards the hatch? Oh, the other hatch, sorry.
Yeah.
The equipment lock? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll be out of your way soon.
Roger.
All right. All right, ET1. Outside. And Hopper, I'm aft and port, inboard. Copy.
And Hopper, for you, you can transfer crew lock bag number 3 to Ike.
All right, I see it. Get a red on it.
Sure, yep, that says 3.
Thanks for checking.
Actually, let me present you the other side. A little better.
What a gentleman. Thank you. I've got a red on it.
Okay, let me take the...
I've got control. You can take the red off.
Roger. Red is off.
Thank you.
And it's to just one of the rings on the airlock here.
Perfect.
And you ready for me to come out?
The safety tethers are kind of hanging out in the hatchway.
Roger.
And the weather is great. Ship Go to Express.
Roger.
This view of Mike Hopkins egressing the Quest airlock coming from the inside of the equipment lock portion and the camera we saw Soichi Noguchi setting up earlier. Already outside the hatch, he is joining NASA's Victor Glover. You'll be able to tell them apart today by the stripes on their spacesuits. Hopkins is wearing an unmarked suit. Meanwhile, Victor Glover will have red rings around the legs of his spacesuit.
Roger. Let me get my Heka.
Heka with a green LED.
Roger.
I see 1, 2, 3. Actually, your BRT tab looks a little different than the other two. Come this way.
Roger.
Okay, yep, it's up. Has a little bit of play, but it's up. You got 3 tabs up. Give me a yaw each direction. I'll check your safer handles.
Okay.
All right, your right safer handle is down. Hand control module door closed. Your left safer handle. Looks like you might be able to tap it like half a centimeter down.
Roger that.
It's down.
Okay.
And safety tethers. Unlocked, unlocked. Your hooks are locked. Ring extender has 2 small hooks. Look, that are locked. All right, now see you got a local down. You look good.
Okay. I do not see your WBS light or your green light.
Okay, stand by. But now,
I got to. Okay. Let me look at your tabs. I see 1, 2. And where's that third one? There it is. Tabs. Your left safer handle is up right now.
okay. Thank you.
And now it's closed. Down. Your left safer handle is, the right safer handle is down, and door is closed.
Copy.
And from a safety tether standpoint, you see 2 on your right D-ring. They're locked, unlocked, unlocked, and I've got your anchor hook, and it is locked.
Copy.
I show you in a good config.
I'm going to lock that green hook as well.
Roger.
Copy. Good config.
Sounds like good buddy checks for both of you. We'll take a baseline HAB check and a hatch thermal cover close, please.
Roger.
EV1 tap is dry.
EV2, half is dry.
Okay, I'll initiate once the tether is
Copy.
clear.
Roger that.
All right. Thermal cover is mostly closed. Andy, we've got the weight tether going in there, so.
Yep,
thermal cover
we copy that. So whenever you're ready, Hopper, you can retrieve the vent tool extender bag from the top of the airlock.
On my way.
A quick satellite handover, but just before that, you saw the sun come up on the International Space Station. As we mentioned, the sun rises every 45 minutes or sets every 45 minutes. The space station traveling around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour and currently 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
APFR in WIF 11. That's the APFR without an ingress aid.
Okay, didn't work. 11.
The tasks have already begun, with Mike Hopkins preparing to grab the vent tool extender bag. Crew members will need this for the venting of the early ammonia system jumpers, their first task of the day.
Okay, my BRT rep is to the vent tool extender bag.
Copy, Hopper. You can put on your BRT and then make your way out to P1.
Roger that.
Andy for EV1, just confirm, I am taking the whip extender, correct?
No, just the APFR. You can leave the whiff extender.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Just the APFR, copy. That bag look, Hopper? Old? Okay, let's see my VRT.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera. We'll be seeing astronaut eye views throughout the day today, and you'll be able to distinguish whose is whose by that number in the bottom right-hand corner. Victor Glover's camera is marked with the number 20, and Hopkins has the number 22.
All right, I come to see the...
Awesome. I've got the APFR only on the VRT, and I'll be standing.
We're in a quick handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems. Just beforehand, we heard Victor Glover discussing with the ground team that he was using the APFR, that's the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He'll be taking that with him today. That gives the astronauts a place to secure themselves, secure their footing, and get a little leverage while working on the space station.
A handover, so if you communicated anything else, I missed it.
That's it.
All right, I come on phase one.
That's good.
All right, Hopper, you're looking for the Bay 12, where you'll drop your anchor hooks on handrail 3651 and 3652.
Roger.
And just a quick reminder about a caution to avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed TUS cable along the zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Two copies. All right, I'm on the starboard cedar. Okay, going under the MT. Okay, past the port cedar car, continuing outbound.
Making great signs.
And Hopper, you're dropping your anchor hook on handrail 3651. That's the long one below you.
Roger that. Okay, EV2's anchor hook 3651. Bell closed, throttle lock, black on black. That's a good full test.
Copy, and the reel unlocked?
And the reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can now attach Ike's anchor hook to handrail 3652, the small one.
And work.
This view from the high-definition camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. This high-definition view will provide for even better views during the Columbus work he'll be performing today, specifically at the Bartolomeo Science Platform.
All right, Ike, your anchor hook is attached to 3652, bell closed, throttle lock, black on black. Good pull test. Have a go to release your waist tether.
All right, my waist tether is back to my workstation, and the airlock waist tether is going inside. Thermal cover is open.
All right, Hopper, you can make your way out to the P6 worksite.
Copy that. Gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
Okay. Andy, the thermal cover is closed.
Excellent, thank you. Then you can head out to the P6 worksite as well.
On the way.
And as you're both translating, I'll read you a couple warnings. Just a reminder that the P4 BGAs are rotating. Please avoid contact with any of the rotating structure. Also, please avoid contact with the radiator. And finally, just a reminder about the sharp edge hazards out of the P6 worksite. The pip pins on the TTCR and STCR do not meet the EVA kick load, and so they would present a sharp edge if broken. And also, there's the outboard MT rail attachment lug that has a sharp edge.
You want that. 3-2. All right, Hopper, I'm up on phase 1, coming your way.
Roger, I'm up the Sarge.
And also just a reminder to you, Ike, to check your gauntlets are in place before you cross the Sarge.
Will do.
And let me know if you need guidance to get to the worksite. If not, Hopper, you're looking for P5 handrail 5223 for your green hook.
Copy.
All right, Hopper, I'm going under the MT now.
Roger.
This view from Mike Hopkins' high-definition camera, you can see some of those batteries that were removed and replaced earlier this year, as well as over the last few years, upgrading the space station's power supply.
All right, now I'm passing our safety tether anchors.
Roger.
Nice work, nice work.
Throughout the day, you will hear calls made to the crew members. You may hear Ike and Hopper. Those are the call signs given to Ike, Victor Glover, and Hopper, Mike Hopkins. Glover now making his way to the first work site to vent those early ammonia system jumpers alongside Mike Hopkins.
Alright, you want to cross the Sarge. On your way, Hopper.
Roger. Okay, green hook is down.
Copy. Green hook down. You can go ahead, go to the work site and stow the bag that you've got with you.
Roger, and work.
And Ike, you're looking for handrail 5231 for your green hook.
BF 5105 heading out.
And Hopper, you're still in the bag just zenith of those jumpers between handrails 5339 and 5342.
Copy. 5339 and 5342.
And you give me that green hook handrail again?
5231. It's just opposite of where Hopper dropped his.
5231. Okay, I'm visual. Andy, do you have any issue with me just dropping it right here on 5203, which is just right adjacent to it? Then I don't have to cross over the top of it, take each other.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, 5203 it is. Green hook is in place.
Copy. You can translate out to WIF 27 on P6 where you'll be stowing the APFR.
On the way. Andy, both of my reels are unlocked.
Okay, Andy, I'm heading out to get my rich man's down. I'll get me out of the way if I.
Copy.
All right, Hopper, I'm at P6, the inboard corner of the IEA. Roger that. I'm the way.
Okay, Andy, give me that whiff number again.
27, so it's on the forward edge. It's almost about as far out as you can. There should be an APFR in the adjacent with 31. So you'll be putting this one in 27, which is just next to that.
That is a great detail, right next to the, sorry about that, Hopper. Right next to the other one, all right? See it? I also see the ventral back. All right, Andy, I'm with 27.
And Ike, when you stow the APFR, clocking is not so important, but if you want to, you can put it in 12.
Okay, Andy, Richmond tail lead is down, heading back to the back.
Copy. The first thing you'll be doing is retrieving the vent tool adapter and removing one cap from that.
Copy.
Andy, clocking to 12, it points the boot plate in toward the IEA.
Perfect. That gives Hopper room to get past it later. The other settings, we have time, I think, so the other settings are Indigo, Indigo, Fox 12.
So Indigo, well, in work, and it is in with a good pull test, good twist test, and it is black on black. Indigo, Indigo, Fox 12 in work.
Good. Good readback. And just give us a check on the pitch knob as well, please.
Will do.
The astronauts are now at their first workstation of the day, where they will be working on the early ammonia system, venting 2 jumpers, one of which Glover will later relocate to the outside of the airlock.
Remove the cap. Go ahead and inspect the QD for us.
Okay.
There are a lot of moving pieces for this first task, and you just heard about the QD. That's the Vent Tool Quick Disconnect.
From the lock position, it's a little sticky and ratchet to push in. It wasn't huge, though, 15 pounds of force maybe. And then turning it the first 15, 20 degrees, it was that same feeling. As soon as I got past that, it moved freely. I got it to India, and it locked freely. And then it's the same thing. The last 20 degrees, a little ratchety, but it popped out. And I can push it in, and it pops right back out.
We copy all that. We appreciate the words.
Okay, vent tool adapter, I got the calipers off of it. Do an inspection, no fog, good sleeve, good seal.
Copy. You can grab the vent, or they have the. You can remove the plug from the vent tool QD and give us an inspection of that too as well, please.
Roger, in work. And I see a good lanyard.
Once Hopkins has removed the plug from the Vent Tool Quick Disconnect, he will mate that quick disconnect to the Vent Tool adapter.
Good fingers, good seals.
Copy. So now we'll mate the Vent Tool adapter to the Vent Tool QD, and I'll read out the steps in Block C for you.
Ready to copy.
Okay, so verify that the female QD is ready to mate by making sure the detent button is up and the forward white band is not visible.
Up and not visible.
Go ahead and mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Cool.
Next, Hopper, perform a snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible.
Roger. And visible.
Finally, perform a pull test and a visual gap test.
Test looks good.
And Ike, once you've stowed the crew lock bag, then you can ret to the mutt end effector and attach the L bracket with nozzle to the mutt end effector ECOM.
Okay, I'm not there yet. Let's. What were the settings for the APFR? India, box 12 is what I had set.
That's perfect.
Okay. All right, now I'll stow the bag, and where exactly am I putting that?
5333.
Which is right behind me. Okay, so as soon as I get out of the way. Okay, Andy, I have the vent tool and adapter ready.
Yep,
and I'm ready to.
Next, we'll open the vent tool QD valve, and when you're ready for that, then you can depress the detent.
Okay,
okay, go ahead and depress the detent button and move the bail to the forward position.
Roger. Okay. Forward position. Detent button is up. Bow flight band is visible.
Excellent. That means the QD is open. You can now retrieve the vent tool and the vent tool adapter combo.
Roger.
And I got an audible for you.
Roger. I'm done. What's your audible?
Will you tend stow the bag since it's behind you, and I can start on the vent tool bag stuff?
Yeah. Stand by.
Roger. It's just ready to my BRT.
Copy.
So it's got a large, small, and a integral.
See that? Okay, you can take your rep. Yeah.
All right, Andy, I'm at the vent tool bag.
Okay, so Ike, you can ret to the mutt end effector from the vent tool bag, and then you can attach the L bracket with the nozzle to the mutt ECOM fitting. The clocking is a yaw setting of alpha. And just double check that the French hook from the nozzle is attached to the L bracket.
Copy. I'm ready to the mutt end effector. The nozzle, the French hook is connected.
And you're putting that L bracket into the mutt ECOM so that the L bracket is parallel to the handrail, which would be in the mutt jaws.
Yep, in work.
And Hopper, once you have a ret on the vent tool and the vent tool adapter combo, then you can translate down to M10 on the P6 long spacer. That's the inboard side of the connections.
Roger that. I am there.
Okay, you can remove the wire tie and booty and then the SPID from M10.
Roger. Work.
And just a reminder for a caution here, that handrail on the EAS jumper box cannot take BRT loads.
Roger. All right, Andy, the MUT and the bracket are together. It is the bracket alpha alpha is, sorry, no, it needs to be parallel to the handrail. Fix that now.
Yeah, Ike, it looks like you're about 90 degrees off.
Yep.
And Hopper, once you've removed the wire tie and the SPID, you can put them in the trash bag, which is in the crew lock bag.
Roger that. Okay. Alpha alpha is parallel to where the handrail would be. It is mated. And if you didn't hear me earlier, good French hook.
Copy, and then just check that the ECOM is locked.
ECOM is locked. Lock on block.
Copy, you can unpack the vent tool extender and untether it from the bag, and then you can translate aft to handrail 5304, where you'll be attaching the MUT end effector.
Okay. Works.
Now 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, our crew members are still getting situated for their first task, which is venting the early ammonia system jumpers. One of these may potentially be needed on the starboard side of the truss, so once vented, Victor Glover will be taking one of the jumpers to the outside of the airlock where it will be stowed for later use.
If you want to have them redded to your mini workstation and keep them there rather than going back to the crew lock bag, that's also up to you.
Roger that. All right, Pepper, I'm going to go over the top of you. Roger. All right, Andy, now I'm on my way. Give me that handrail again, please.
5304, and you'll be attaching the MUT so that the nozzle points aft.
Up.
And Ike, just make sure, please, that the jaws on the MUT end effector are attached to the handrail between the two stanchions, because this one does have a part of the stanchion going part of the handrail going over the stanchion.
Yep, I see that, and I'm at 5304, and I won't put it on the little cantilever part.
And Hopper, once you've removed the SPID, go ahead and push the bail full forward, please.
Roger. All right, Andy, Alpha Alpha is parallel to the handle. It's in between two stanchions. Working on the pitch to 1 now.
Copy. Pitch to 1 is good, and then just double check that the MUT end effector is locked.
And work. But end effector is locked.
And so, Ike, good position is 30 degrees from aft, so slightly above the horizon.
That's what one lines up with, I believe. I'm working on that now. Hey, this guy's stubborn.
The crew will orient the jumpers so that they are venting ammonia away from the crew and away from the space station.
What are you working on, Hopper?
No, the spit doesn't want to come off. Reorienting.
And Hopper, you might try pushing forward on the QD bail, and that might offload the SPID.
Sure. There we go. All right.
Excellent, we saw that.
Good move.
And then just ensure that the bail is pushed forward fully, please.
Pull forward.
All right, you can remove the second cap from the vent tool adapter and inspect it for FOD and debris.
Roger, and work.
This view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover, our EV-1 extravehicular 1 crew member today. The astronauts will be using a vent tool and a vent tool extender to vent the early ammonia system jumpers.
Which is about 30 degrees zenith from the horizon.
Yep, that looks excellent. We're seeing it in your helmet cam. Looks perfect. Now just check that the ECOM is locked.
Both are locked, black on black.
Excellent. You can head back to the vent tool extender bag. And there you'll be removing the plug from the vent tool extender. And if you need detailed steps, I've got them. Otherwise, you can go ahead and remove the plug.
Okay, it's removed. Gonna have the male end here. Side. Sleeve. Seals.
Copy. Sounds good. Once Ike has retrieved the vent tool extender and removed the plug, then you can go ahead and give him the vent tool nozzle, and he'll be inserting that into the vent tool extender.
Roger. next to your left arm there, all right? Begin. So the plug is right next to your left arm. Okay. The plug is removed. Indy?
Copy. You can get the vent tool nozzle from Hopper and insert that into the extender.
The vent tool is inserted into the extender. The lock soft dock is very, very soft, so it's locked right now, but it pulls out of locks very easily.
Copy that.
It's locked.
Okay, that's...
Andy, go to remove my rep from the tool.
Yes, you are go. And as you're doing that, I'll just give you a big picture. We are about to start venting ops. We are in orbital night, so we do have 20 minutes, so we do have time for this. Big picture words. Hopper, you'll be working on M10. You'll be closing the QD, then you'll be demating it, then you'll be mating it to the vent tool adapter, and then you'll be opening the valve.
Roger. I'm looking at N10. Hey, Hopper. Yeah, might be our key right here. Is that going to mess with you? Nope, not at all.
And I obviously had that wrong, which you probably noticed. We're in daylight, not in night. So we have a 6-minute thermal clock to do these 4 actions, Hopper.
Okay. Let's review them already. So we're going to close this. Mate, open. When that last open happens, that's when we start the vent. Roger.
And just a clarification, we are 18 minutes from night, which means that the 6-minute timer will run into that 15-minute buffer before night begins, so it actually means that we do not have a limit on these ops.
Okay. Very nice. I like that answer, Andy.
Okay, Ike, when you are in a good position on the forward edge, then I'll start with the ops for Hopper.
Ike is in position.
Copy. Are you ready, Hopper?
Ready.
Okay, so you can close the QD extender on M10, and I'll read you the steps. First step, move bail forward to the full open position.
Forward full open.
Check that the aft white band is visible.
I do not see. Now I do. I got an aft white band visible.
Check detent button is fully installed, that it's up, and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up, and depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads. while depressing the detent button, move the bail forward to the open position with significant force.
Wait.
Then depress the detent button and move bail aft.
Pull out.
Check forward white band is visible and detent button is up.
Visible. Detent button is up.
All right, we'll now demate so you can pull back on the release ring and demate the QD.
Roger, and work. Stand by. Know if I can help with anything. Yeah, you want to grab that the release tool?
Release tool.
Yeah.
Copy. You can use it right into the bag. You
Yep.
okay with that?
Yep, absolutely.
What you're expecting?
Exactly what I was expecting.
Okay, I'll give you some slack on the reps. But you got it. I got the rep.
Roger.
Got a handover coming up now.
As you heard, we are now in a satellite handover. The astronauts continue to prepare to vent the early ammonia system jumper. Just about an hour into today's spacewalk, and this is the first task for Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. At the early ammonia system, they will vent 2 jumpers, and one will be relocated to the outside of the airlock for future use.
The bail on this one right next to you is also
Yeah,
in the way. This is a tight.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, is it in place?
Yeah, it's partly in place. If you try, I'll hold it in place. There we go.
Release.
And we're back with you. Did you say you got it released?
It's released.
Copy. Check release ring is retracted and the forward white band is not visible.
I don't see a white band.
No white band.
Copy. Inspect male and female QD for debris damage or ammonia crystals.
Okay, we have a few ammonia crystals that are coming out from the female.
Yeah, we see that. Okay.
You can see there's a...
Yep. Let's go ahead and mate that hopper. So you can mate the QD extender to the vent tool adapter. So verify that it's ready to mate. Check that the detent button is up and the forward white band not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band not visible.
Go ahead and mate the QD. And check forward white band is visible.
Forward white band visible.
Perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible. Then a pull test and a visual gap test.
Roger. Visible. The pull test. The gap test.
Copy. So next we'll be opening the valve, which will start venting. So Ike, be prepared.
Ike is prepared.
Hopper, you can depress the detent button and move bail to forward position.
Pull forward. Off white band visible. Detent button is up. I see venting.
Copy all.
Rate has gone down. It's almost stopped. Right, so
We'll copy that. We got a 5-minute vent time.
We get that trash bag and...
Venting has begun of the first jumper on the early ammonia system.
Let me grab it up. Roger. Oh yeah, look at that go. Can you see that in the Hecka?
Yeah, we can just see it on the edge of your view.
Let me, okay, Spirit is in the trash bag.
Copy that, Hopper. Next, you can release the wire tie between the two jumpers. The wire tie should stay captive to the jumper that you're currently venting.
And there is no wire tie there. Jumpers are independent.
Copy, so no wire tie between the two jumpers. Is that correct?
That's affirmative. Wow. Get the right view. That is more than I thought. Yeah. Still going. You expecting that much, Andy?
We're checking.
M3 closed.
Hopper, do you want to check if M3 is closed?
On my way.
Venting continues of the first jumper on the early ammonia system. That is scheduled to last about 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm at M3. Show forward, white band is visible.
Just to confirm, Hopper, you said the forward white band is visible on M3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's a good config. The QD is closed as expected.
Okay. Still going. That would be consistent. Sign off and then go pick up in time.
And Hopper, next for you, you'll be working on M3, so no need to put the booty back on if you removed it.
Right. I think for Ike, too, he needs to ret to this FH01, is that right? Still be taking it once I release it.
That's affirmative.
Okay. Work. It's actually right over your shoulder there, right? If you want to go outward a little bit. Here, hold on a sec. Let me reposition and I can get it. There you go, Ike. Got it? Okay.
As venting continues on the early ammonia system, the International Space Station has crossed the terminator line, or the difference between day and night while on orbit. The International Space Station now flying 262 statute miles southwest of the Maldives.
All right, our 5-minute vent time has expired. If you can confirm that you see no more venting, then we'll go ahead and press on.
And EV1, I see no more venting for about 45 seconds to a minute.
All right, Ike, you can go ahead and close the QD extender valve. I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Venting is complete on the first jumper. Victor Glover will disconnect or close the quick disconnect extender valve.
Ready to. Okay. Actually, stand by. Let me put my BRT back down. Sorry about that, Andy.
This is the jumper that he will coil and relocate to near the airlock.
Yeah. And actually, the power was off. You have no light right now. Now you have a good green light.
Excellent. Thank you.
I copy. Okay, Andy. Ready for steps.
So you are going to close the QD extender valve, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Ready.
All right, you can move bail forward to the full open position.
Bail is forward, full open.
Check aft white band is visible.
Aft white band is visible.
Check detent button is fully installed, that it's up, and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up and depressible.
All right, assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to the full open position with significant force.
Bail is full open, full forward.
All right, now depress the detent button and move bail aft to close the valve.
It is aft, and the button has popped up.
Copy, and then just check the forward white band is visible now.
Forward white band visible.
All right, guys, we'd like to take just a minute to stop at this point and have a quick discussion about your impression of the amount of ammonia that was vented when you demated M10.
Okay. I felt like it was more than I was expecting just in this line, but it did stop. Is M10, are you talking about what came out the nozzle or when? Let's just clarify which venting we're talking about. The stuff that was close to us or the stuff that went out?
We're talking about the stuff that was close to you, the QD when it was demated at M10 and Hopper was inspecting it, and a few flakes were coming out.
Where? Let's say less than 30.
Less than 30? Less than 30? Did they contact you, do you think?
I had some contact my advisor. EV1 didn't see any contact EV2 or EV1, but I was in a weird position with the sun.
All right, guys, we appreciate the report. From our camera views down here, we did see what looked like propulsive movement of the flakes, so we're going to go ahead and be conservative and call that a suspected case. And so at the end of all of these ops, we'll do an inspection of both of you.
Two.
All right, so Hopper, you can make your way down to M3, where we'll be starting to demate that. And Ike, if you can verify that you're tethered to the QD extender, then we'll start working on demating the QD extender from the vent tool adapter.
Okay, I'm currently threaded to the bail of the QD extender. That's the piece that is on the extra bail that's on the end, S2, right? I'm talking about the adapter. I'm ready to a bail.
Yeah, that's fine. You're ready to the bail of the QD extender. That's good. When you're ready, then we'll work to demate.
I think I'm ready to the bail of the QD extender. Ready.
And Hopper, are you ready to demate as well? Because then I'll give you the same steps simultaneously.
Hopper is ready.
Okay, Ike, so you are demating the extender from the vent tool adapter, and Hopper, you are demating the jumper from M3.
EV1.
And Hopper, for you especially, you want to assess and counteract side loads here prior to demate. When you're ready, you can both pull back on the release ring and demate the QD.
EV1, demated. EV2, in work.
Once it's released, then check that the release ring is retracted and the forward white band is not visible.
One white band not visible.
All right, Ike.
White band not visible.
Copy. You can inspect the QD, the male and female QD, for debris damage or ammonia crystals.
E1, both sides, male and female look good. Male side, the field looks uniform, and I don't see any ammonia crystals on either. D2, I see no fog, good seals, good fingers, no crystals.
Copy. We appreciate the inspection. Now you'll be swapping what you've got. So Hopper, you'll be given the jumper to Ike, and Ike, you will be given the vent tool adapter and vent tool to Hopper.
Stop that right there at the end. I have the jumper in hand, Hopper. Roger that. Let me get on the arcade here, and I'll come up and get it. Okay, copy. It's right there in the corner of the IEA. Roger.
And Ike, once you have the jumper, then you'll be installing the plug into the QD extender and closing the booty. The booty is in the crew lock bag.
Yeah, I think you could hand it down a little closer.
Sorry, Ike, the plug that you're installing.
Okay, I have it. Thank you. The plug from the crew lock bag install into the extender. It works.
Yeah, so one plug is on the lanyard and one...
Okay.
Ike, one plug is on the lanyard, the other plug is in the crew lock bag.
Copy. Do you care which I use?
Well, you'll need to install a plug on both ends.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, so on the extender end, there'll be a plug on a lanyard. On the single QD end, you'll have to use a plug from the crew lock bag.
Copy. Work.
And Hopper,
the QD end is cast. Confirm I can take the bag. White band is visible. Forward white band visible.
Yep, you can remove the ret. And Hopper, you can go ahead and translate to the free-floating QD on the second jumper.
I got it.
All right, you can remove the booty and the plug from the extender, QD extender, and then have a look, check for debris and damage.
Okay, plug is removed.
And Ike, once you've installed plugs on both ends of the jumper, then you can coil the jumper around
Working on the second one now.
Copy.
Yep.
Copy.
Bye. And you've got a good inspection on the extender, profile, fingers, it's sealed.
Copy, Hopper. So now we will be mating the vent tool adapter to that QD extender. We'll only be mating it and not opening it at the moment. So when you're ready, I'll give you the steps for mating it.
Me too. Ready.
Okay, so verify it's ready for mate, so you can check that the detent button is up and the forward white band not visible.
A quick satellite handover of the tracking and data relay satellite systems. We've just seen crew members Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have vented the first jumper on the early ammonia system and now are working toward venting the second. We're coming up on an hour and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, and because of suspected contamination of ammonia from the quick disconnect that the astronauts were working with earlier. They will inspect each other and conduct some tests while in the airlock upon the conclusion of the spacewalk today.
There are a lot of wire ties on this QD. Are there? Yeah. There actually was one wire tie connecting the two, but it was near the extender. I didn't book originally.
Okay, we copy, Hopper.
And I'm ready to mate. E10 button is up. Forward white band's not.
Copy. And Hopper, that wire tie that you just reported, is that on the jumper that Ike has, or on the jumper that's still installed, or that you're working on?
That was on the jumper that Ike has. It's on the one that Ike has. And there's like 5 of them.
All right, copy. At least you won't run out, Ike. Hopper, you can mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Roger that. Made it, forward white band visible.
Perform snapback test and check forward white band is still visible.
Still visible.
All right, perform pull test and visual gap test.
Pull test complete. The gap.
Okay, you can go. You can translate over to M9 on the P6 long spacer and remove the booty and the SPID from that QD.
After that.
You can stow the SPID temporarily on your mini workstation or put it in the crew lock bag if you want.
Assess the timing. Fine.
While Mike Hopkins continues to prepare the second jumper for venting on the early ammonia system, Victor Glover is coiling the first jumper that was vented. He will relocate that to near the airlock, and it will be stowed outside the space station. How's it going, Ike?
Slowly but steadily.
Think I got the better of the two deals here.
You talk about it over dinner.
Okay, one SPID removed.
Copy. One SPID removed. At this point, we have 17 minutes of night left, so we'd like to get working on the venting ops. Ike, you can finish coiling the jumper after we've vented. So go ahead and get in position at the forward edge like before. And then big picture, Hopper, you'll be closing the QD on M9, and then we'll be opening the QD extender that's attached to the vent tool adapter.
Roger. D1. 2.
Okay, Hopper, when you're ready, then we'll close QD on M9.
Ready.
Move bail forward to the full open position.
Full open.
Check aft white band visible.
Visible.
Check detent button fully installed, that it's up and that it can be depressed.
Fully installed, up, and can be depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail full forward to the open position with significant force.
Complete.
Then depress detent button and move bail aft to close a valve.
Aft forward white band is visible. Detent button is up.
Copy. You can cover with booty best effort.
In work.
And Ike, are you clear of nozzle?
And clear of the nozzle. On the forward edge of the IEA.
Copy. And Hopper, whenever you're ready, then we'll open the QD extender that's attached to the vent tool adapter, the other end of that jumper.
Roger. Okay, I gotta get in position. Okay, I'm in position.
Copy. So you can now depress the detent button and move bail to the forward position, and this will start venting.
Forward position, aft white band is visible, detent button is up. We are venting.
Copy venting, and we have another 5-minute timer on this event.
An hour and 28 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew members are now venting the second jumper on the early ammonia system that will be vented today. The first, we saw a vent time of 5 minutes, and we're looking for the same on this one as well.
Just give them a good shake to release any potential ammonia crystals.
Take the tools before throwing them in the bag. Copy. And Andy, while we're waiting, let's check. I've got a lot of like black smudge on the fingertips from the operations. Right index finger, a little bit of RTD damage, healing. You can probably see it in the HECA.
Yeah, we copy and we see, Hopper.
Otherwise, they look good. Dry half.
Copy, Hopper, and we'll call that good gloves.
You want to have a dry half? I'll give you a glove check in a minute.
While venting continues, the astronauts provide the ground with a glove and HAP check. HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, to make sure there's no liquid that is loose in their spacesuit. And the astronauts, of course, use their hands almost exclusively during a spacewalk, and so they do frequent glove checks to make sure that the gloves are in good condition.
Hopper, you were closest. If Ike, you could use your helmet lights to look over Hopper's suit to see if you see any signs of ammonia on him.
Andy, what I can see is clean. Okay, the top of your helmet looks clean. Normal. Okay, what I can see, Hopper looks normal.
Copy. So what you...
looks normal.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike. Hopper's suit looks normal. And while we wait, Hopper, if you want to take a quick look at Ike as well, we'd appreciate it.
Stand by. I was so comfy, Andy.
The crew members are performing a visual check of each other's suits to ensure there is no ammonia present.
It's good if I didn't have this big, yeah, that's good view. I can see the top of your helmet. I can see your lights, your cliffs, your shoulders, your arms. I see nothing that's stuck, Andy.
Copy that. We appreciate it.
It looks clean.
All right, so once the vent timer has expired, Ike, you'll be working to coil the jumper around that vent tool extender bag, and then Hopper will be working to close the jumper QD extender.
1, 2. And EV1 has good gloves. They look like they did when I got out here.
Copy, Ike. All right, our 5-minute vent timer has expired. If you could have a look at the vent tool extender and see if anything is coming out, we'd appreciate it.
I've got my helmet light shining in that direction, and I do not see anything. It is dark, though, but I don't see anything. Like it is not venting. Copy, Andy.
Yeah, we're coughing. We're just trying to drag our feet a little bit to give it another minute or so.
No problem.
All right, we'll say that's good for venting. Hopper, you can now work to close a QD extender, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
EV2 is ready.
All right, move bail forward to the full open position.
Wait.
Check aft white band is visible.
Visible.
Check detent button fully installed. It's up and can be depressed.
Fully installed, up and depressed.
Assess and counteract side loads, and then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to the open position with significant force.
Complete.
Depress detent button and move bail aft.
Complete. Forward white band is visible. Detent button is up.
Copy. Jumper is closed, so you can demate the vent tool adapter from the QD extender, and I'll read you the steps when you're ready.
Okay, hold on one sec. When I do this, vent tool adapter is going to be, and the vent tool extender will be floating free.
Okay, so the rest of it, this thing is still mated.
Yep, I just wanted it might come over towards you.
Okay, thank you,
Don't
Andy.
be surprised.
Okay, and they're hooked together as well, so
yep, okay.
be secure.
All right, Andy,
I'll
I'm
be
ready.
on the lookout.
Hopper, did you say you're ready?
I'm ready.
Copy. Pull back on release spring and demate the QD.
Complete.
Check the release spring is retracted and forward white band is not visible.
Retracted, forward white band not visible.
And then
Adapter, no FOD.
copy. You read my mind.
Sleeve, good seal. Looks like, Ike, when you take this up, like there's a few, ammonia flakes on the inside on that sleeve. Again? This adapter. There's it looks like some white flakes on the sleeve on the inside.
Okay. What do you need me to do with it? I've got my hands full of this extended.
No, they don't need to do anything.
Okay.
Just giving you a heads up when I think that's the part where shake it and try and dislodge those.
Yeah,
Andy's, the extender. No pod, good fingers, good seals, no crystals.
Copy that. And Ike, those crystals that Hopper reported should be ice, so it should be no worries. Just make sure to shake them away from you.
We'll do. Still working on the bundle.
Copy. Hopper, next for you, we will mate the QD extender to M3.
Okay, I'm ready. M3, no FOD, good seals, good sleeve. And I just gave you the extender.
Copy. So just check detent button is up and forward white band not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band not visible.
You ever go to mate the QD?
Didn't work.
Both jumpers for the early ammonia system have been vented now. We're coming up on an hour and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and Victor Glover is working on coiling the first jumper that was vented that will be relocated to outside of the Quest airlock. The second jumper will remain in place on the early ammonia system.
All right, perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible.
Back, forward white band still visible.
Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Full test. And good gap test.
Copy. Now you can check that the booty is installed on that extender.
Roger that, in work.
And just a heads up, we're a minute away from sunrise.
Roger. Thank you.
As the crew members wrap up their tasks at the early ammonia system, we have a question from Jeffrey, who wants to know, do the astronauts need to make preparations for sunrises and sunsets? You just heard that we were less than a minute from expecting sunrise on the station. The astronauts do have opportunities with that announcement to make some preparations. They can lower their visors if they'd like some shade.
QD from M9.
They can also turn on those headlamps like you see here if they are entering a night pass.
So when you're in position at M9, let me know and I'll give you the steps to demate the QD.
Bye. Andy, when can I take my red off of the jumper? How many wire ties do I need engaged?
Hey, Ike, we'd appreciate if you could get the adjustable installed between the jumper and the bag handrail before you remove your red.
Okay. And Andy, I'm in position.
All right, so we are going to work to demate the QD from M9. So first thing you can do is pull back on the release ring and demate the QD. check that the release ring is retracted and forward white band is not visible.
Retracted, forward white band not visible.
And we'll take an inspection.
9, no FOD, good seals, good sleeve. And stand by for and the QD, same, FOD, good seals, good fingers.
Copy. So all right, Hopper. We'll also take, please, an inspection of M10, which is where you'll be mating this QD to.
Roger. FOD, good seals, sleeve.
Okay, we're ready to mate the QD to M10. So when you're ready, check that the detent button is up and the forward white band is not visible.
Detent button is up, forward white band is not visible.
You can mate the QD and check that the forward white band is visible.
Forward white band is visible.
Perform snapback test and check that the forward white band is still visible. And Ike, you might have
forward white band is visible.
Copy, so you can perform a pull test and a visual gap test. And Ike, your WVS might have switched off, so if you could try to power it back on for us, we'd appreciate it.
My hands are busy, and when I'm done wrestling with this jumper, I will gladly turn it back on for you.
Excellent, we'll take it, thanks.
Good pull, good gap.
Copy. We'll take that as mated, so you can install the booty over the QD pair and use wire ties as needed.
Okay, and you don't need this locked, correct?
That's correct. We're going to leave it in the closed position.
Not locked. Got a lock on it.
Hopper, you mean locked with a SPID?
No, there's a lock on it. Not the SPID, just the rotating lock.
Yeah, we'll take the collar into the locked position. We'd appreciate that, please.
Okay, it's in the lock, and I could probably go do it on M3 as well, on that extender. I think there was one there as well.
Yeah, Hopper, we'll take it. It's not actually required, but we'd appreciate it.
No problem.
And before you leave that worksite, we'll also ask you to install a cap on M9. It should be on a lanyard.
Yeah, I see one. I'll get it here.
And Hopper, once you've installed the cap and you're finished at the work site, you can retrieve your fair lead and then help Ike with stowing that jumper around the bag.
Roger that.
The first task of the day is almost complete, with Mike Hopkins finishing up at the early ammonia system, both jumper cables having been vented. Meanwhile, Victor Glover is coiling the first cable that was vented. He will be taking that back to the Quest airlock and stowing it outside the International Space Station for future potential use.
Collars in place. M3.
Copy.
One hour and 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. International Space Station currently flying 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
I don't know if you want any of this, man.
I'm on my way.
No, I'm serious. I got it. It's just slow work.
Yeah.
I don't know if another set of hands is going to really do anything.
If you want me just to hold something in place while you do your magic, happy to do that.
Yeah, not really sure what's going to buy us, but I'll take the support. I'm finishing up now.
Okay.
Got 3 wire ties in, the adjustables in. It's just not as pretty as that nice drawing. 3 wire ties and the adjustables. How do you say that?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Right, here we go. So you got a perfect job for your hands.
All right, let me get a local down and I will be ready.
And guys, we're almost 2 hours into the EVA. You guys are doing great. We're about 30 minutes ahead, so no need to rush. Hopper, if you want, you can assist Ike. The other option is that
you tighten this adjustable for me?
Yep.
That would be perfect. So I've got them. I'm bending them kind of together to get them snug, but there's not a way I can bend them to put slack on the adjustable.
So that's this one right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if there's something I can do to some slack or add some slack, let me know.
Okay. I'm not in a good position here.
Well, there we we go. That's a little bit of slack.
Yeah. Okay. So, you want me to pull
So
here?
what do we need to do to make that, to be able to snug that down? As much as we can.
That's just about as far as it'll go.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet.
That's about as far as it's going to go.
That looks pretty, Ike.
Oh,
Wow.
thank you. It wasn't pretty getting there.
I help with the vent tool stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to put my spit in the trash bag first.
So my safety tether is kind of wound up with all this stuff, so that's the first thing I wanted to get
Undone.
with this.
Yeah.
And that's the wire ties I was talking about?
Yeah.
That was not very helpful, and I couldn't use them to tie it down either.
Too many. Am I in your way?
No, well,
What do you want to do?
I'm good. I can see my safety tether, that's all. I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
that was clear, so yeah, what you're doing is what we next, so if you just...
Okay.
You cleaning up the crew out bag?
Well, I was just putting this spit in the trash bag, getting it off my rack, and then I can do an inventory on it if we want.
We got to get this vent tool in the bag, so...
Yeah, I'd say do that next. I agree. You want me to go get it since I'm on this side?
If you could, that'd be perfect, because I'm going to get positioned to
Yeah.
coil it.
Okay. I am with you. Okay, it's in the trash bag. Okay. You good there? I will head out to... Oops, sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, guys. Hopper, am I understanding that you're going to work on the vent tool and adapter and extender?
On my way.
If you pass me that part, I can rep to it, and then that way you can release it and I can get all back.
So, Hopper, the first thing you'll want to do is install the cap on the vent tool adapter. Should be a cap on a lanyard.
I can do that. Just give it to me. Okay, got it.
Okay, you have it. All right, so I'm going to go over your safety tether back here, but I think it'll...
I don't see any fraud or anything to shake off, so...
Okay. Good.
You get anywhere, but... What were you saying now?
Just telling you I'm going kind of over your safety tether here, but I think we'll be deconflicted.
Okay, so we've got to demate all these pieces, right, to go in the bag?
That's affirmative.
also do have to close a QD, and I do have the steps for that, so we close it properly.
2 hours into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts are finishing up on their first task. These high-definition views coming from a camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. You can see the batteries that were removed and replaced over the last few years.
Tool adapter.
Ready.
Okay, so move bail forward to the full open position.
Bail is forward, full open. The button is up. Aft white band visible.
Copy. Then while depressing the detent button, move bail forward to open position with significant force.
Seems like it was already full forward, done. Aft white band visible, buttons up.
Depress the detent button and move bail aft. And we got a handover in 20 seconds now.
Aft. I'm sorry, the bail is aft. Button is up. Forward.
We're in a quick handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems. This is Mission Control Houston. You've got a live look at the teams that are helping make today's spacewalk happen. They're monitoring all of the systems aboard the International Space Station, which happens 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, this bag is going to be a little bit of a mess until we get things tacked down anyway. Okay. So, yeah, you can. I'm ready to both pieces, so I've got it now. Okay. I've got it tended, so I'll just try and bring it back under control. Even better, yep. Okay, Andy, the bail is at lever. Yeah, the bail is aft. The button is up. Forward white band visible.
Copy. And Ike, is the cap installed on the vent tool adapter?
One side has a cap on it, yes.
Okay, excellent. So you can now tether the vent tool adapter to the bag with an integral hook? And then when you're ready, we can demate the vent tool adapter from the vent tool QD.
All right, it's demated. And I'm assuming I need to cap both of these, both sides of this?
That's affirmative.
No fog symmetric seals. Adapter looks good. No fog symmetric seals. Caps going on. All right, it is capped.
Copy. So next step will be to remove the vent tool from the vent tool extender. Just want to make sure that both pieces are now redded. So once you've removed the vent tool from the vent tool extender, make sure that hopper's also redded to that extender.
Stand by. I'm not ready to it. I do have just my mini workstation to it. Yeah, I'm not going to disconnect it. Okay. You don't need to be ready to it if you get over here. That definitely helped control it over here. Thank you. Good. All right. All right, Andy. Cap is on the adapter, and the cap is on the vent tool. Male and female are capped, and on the female, the forward white band is visible. Hit full test on both. Also now tethered to the bag. Pass me Actually, I'm going to start there. Okay. So that's what I'm going to disconnect. Set under my tether? Yep. Bye. Go. Okay. And I do have a red to this now. You can disconnect from all of it because I'm going to have to unwind it from my safety tether. Okay. I'm going to do that first. You get. Well, it doesn't matter if you want to go ahead and disconnect that. I'll unwind it and I've got a red to it. That side. Okay. So I will Okay. You can unwind that? But I will. Hold on. They're also connected here. They're tether. Hold on for a second. Okay. Okay, you have control. I have control. I've got this half, and it's tethered to the bag. Roger that. And I'm unwrapped from your safety tether. Thank you. I'm going to install the plug.
All right, Hopper, so I think I saw you install the plug into the vent tool extender.
Affirmative.
And so just give it a pull test once you've locked the lever.
Pull test.
Copy. And Ike, the vent tool, you can go ahead, if you haven't already, you can use an integral hook from the bag to secure that vent tool. Copy. And then just one go back, just want to make sure that the booties are covering both QDs on the jumper.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know yet if they were installed, but they come off really easily. So I'll let you know before I pick this stuff up and start taking it back.
Okay, copy. We can do that when we're doing bag inventory.
Yeah, much better. Let's see. Trying to figure out which strap is best to strap that down with. Yeah, the two near the hinge. Yeah. We're kind of perfect. Thank you. All right, so that piece is in and it's connected to the bag. So that's the next piece to go in. I think that's the last piece we got. The nozzle comes off the mud end effector. Okay. All right. So let's see. I can connect that one to. Then if you want it, let's put that hook in there. Okay. And then at the kind of mud end effector interface. I'm sorry. Yeah, the mud end effector. Not that one. Leave that on the bracket and then just take the mud end effector off. Here. I see. Here. Yep, right there. Okay. So I got to run to the mud end effector. Negative. To the front, the jaws of it. Yeah, that's what I meant. With you. Okay. Yep. And then I'll have the rest of it. Okay. So I'm going to undo it here. Stay firm.
So just be aware if you undo it there, then the mutt needs to be secured separately to the bag. Whereas if you undo the nozzle from the L bracket, there's a lanyard between the nozzle and the L bracket.
I was just putting it back in the way I took it out. But if you want me to do that, happy to do that. I would leave it all connected so I didn't have to rest to it. What do you want us to do?
It's up to you. I was just making a suggestion to make it easier, but it's either way is fine.
Call Ike, what do you want? Okay, yeah, disconnect the nozzle. They stay connected, so... Yeah, they've got this lane between them. And technically we're both ready to it, so now we just got to get it in the bag. All right.
2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, the astronauts are packing the bags after the first task today, which was venting the early ammonia system to jumper cables there specifically. You hear a lot of talk about tools and tethers. At all times, the astronauts themselves are tethered to the International Space Station, and their tools or workstations are tethered to them as well. Following completion of this task, Victor Glover will head toward the airlock, where he will place one of the jumpers vented today outside of the airlock. He will then pick up a new wireless video system external transceiver assembly, then head to remove and replace a failed one. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins will go to the Columbus module, where he will be performing a variety of tasks, including connecting some cables on the Bartolomeo Science platform.
And just a heads up, for the next 10 minutes we could have Radicom due to some blockage.
See if I can get my red out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can just stuff it back under that strap.
Okay.
And the end effector?
Yeah, can work.
You can let the cable go. Okay. Now hold, or you want a lid?
I will hold first.
Oh, I used to like quarter turn fasteners.
It's not these.
Okay, can you pinch the bag shut? Yeah, that's fine. We can stuff it after, but can you just like pinch the lid right there?
Yeah.
And guys, before you close the bag completely, we'd like an inventory of the bag, please.
Couldn't see what was... Okay, all right. And let me...
All right.
Do you you want a WVS, or can we just say what we put in there?
Yeah, we have, we're in KU blockage, unfortunately, so we don't see anything.
Okay, so the bag has the adapter in it with caps on both ends. I copy.
Copy.
Okay, then there's the vent tool, which was demated from the adapter, and it has a cap on it as well. I copy.
Copy.
And then the extension piece with the plug. It has the French hook with the bracket, and that is demated at the bracket, and the bracket is still on the butt end effector.
Okay, we copy all, Ike, and as last, we just have a, if you could just check the booties on the jumper cuties.
Yeah, we'll get that here in a sec.
Is there actually Velcro right there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I should have done, is put the Velcro down first.
Yeah. Thanks for the tip.
Well, you're welcome. Can you do the other side, too?
What's it for you?
Okay, and you can do the booties.
All right, that one's done. Working booties.
And whatever it's convenient for you, Ike, we'd appreciate it if you could turn on your WVS.
There are all these wire ties down here if you use one of those.
I think it's going to be necessary.
I didn't either.
And Hopper, that looks good for the MLI out there on that first QD.
On the jumper.
Oh, yeah, no.
I have some on my PRC,
I'll
too.
take one of these.
Okay, yeah.
Now, which one? That's the question. This one right here.
And Ike, whenever it's convenient for you, we'd appreciate it if you'd hit your power button on the WVS.
Work. VBS power zone.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome. Job.
Actually, can you, I think it's better if tighten from that side, pull the two sides together. Does that make sense?
I think so.
I'm working this one right here.
Yeah. Are you saying?
So, thinking where you are, if you pull and tighten that way, it'll pull the two loose ends together. Yeah. Perfect. Doesn't look like it's doing anything.
Yep.
Awesome.
2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera. He is EV1 today, or extravehicular crew member 1. The astronauts are still wrapping up their first task, venting 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system. Coming up next, Victor Glover will head back to the airlock to stow one of those jumpers outside. He'll then work to remove and replace a wireless video system external transceiver assembly.
Cuties are over the cuties.
Excellent. Good news. We'll take a glove and hab check.
E1 has a dry hat. We'll change to the gloves.
Copy, Ike.
EV2 dry hat. We'll change to gloves.
Copy. So Ike, go ahead and check your gauntlets, and then you can grab the vent tool extender bag and head back to the airlock. Just remember to pick up your green hook from 5204, was it?
Use my gauntlets to replace it. Get out of your way, Ike. No rush.
And Hopper, once you have room, then you can grab the crew lock bag, and then you'll be heading outboard to the APFRs.
Roger. Andy, I've got the bag with the jumpers. Skid's clear. I'm going to get my green hook.
Copy. You can head back to the airlock.
Hopper. Yeah. All right. Okay. I said see ya. Okay. All right. See ya. Good job. Yeah.
Victor Glover now heading back to the airlock, the first task being completed. And we've got a few more Ask NASA questions coming in. This one mentioning some major upgrades happening on the space station, but how will that happen without the space shuttle? The shuttle indeed was a very important part of building and upgrading the space station, and now we're fortunate to work with commercial providers and Roscosmos, who are able to use their vehicles to help deliver upgrades to the space station. Over the last several years, we've upgraded the batteries on the International Space Station, which were delivered by the JAXA, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, HTV vehicle. We have other cargo delivered by Northrop Grumman, and of course by SpaceX, who will be delivering the new solar arrays on their Cargo Dragon later this year.
At some point, we'd appreciate an inventory of crew lock bag. You don't need to open it up. We'll just take whatever you can see through the that plexiglass.
Okay. All right, so here's what I can see. I've got a camera. I've got a bale drive lever attached to, looks like an integral rut. I've got the quick release tools attached to the integral rut. And I've got a trash bag attached to the integral rut.
Excellent. That should be it. There should just be an adjustable large, small on the outside, I think.
And that's affirmative. I do have a large, small on the outside. I am ready to it with my BRT rut. This time.
Excellent. That's a good config for the Kulak bag. You can grab that and then head out to the APFRs.
Roger. Randy, I've got my green hook. Take to the backpack is in a good config. Yellow hook is locked. Black on black. Both reels are unlocked.
Copy. You have a go to head back to the airlock.
No way.
And once you get back there, the first thing you'll be doing is stowing that bag up on the zenith portion of the airlock.
Okay, I'm heading out. Copy, Albert. Okay. I'm going to keep going past APFR and
Yeah, Hopper, your
27.
first task will be to relocate the ingress aid from APFR in WIF 31 to the APFR in WIF 27.
Copy.
So the first step will be to remove the wire tie. And take a second to see how it's installed, because you'll be installing a wire tie once you've installed the ingress aid on the other APFR.
This view from a high-definition camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. And clearly in the picture you can see the APFR, that's the articulating portable foot restraint. That allows the astronauts to secure their footing and gives them some leverage while working outside on a spacewalk. He is moving the ingress aid from one APFR to another for future spacewalk preparations. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is on his way back to the airlock. He will stow one of the jumper cables that was recently vented. He'll also pick up a new WETA, that's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. He'll remove and replace one that recently failed.
Okay, is released.
Copy. You can ret to the ingress aid and then transfer it over to the other APFR.
Okay. Hopper, I'm going under DMT. Yeah. Well, usually the return trip seems faster, but not this time.
We have another Ask NASA question, this one from Scott, asking if ground control can see the status of the astronauts' suits, or if that's up to the astronauts to monitor. Mission control team here on the ground has constant observation of the suits and are constantly monitoring the consumables, including the oxygen. That helps determine the length of the spacewalk.
Okay. It is black on black. Good pull, good twist test.
Excellent. And you can install a wire tie. Ideally, we'd like a new wire tie.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I did ask EVA for confirmation.
That's all right. Red Hopper and Indy, I'm going down the feeder spur. Roger.
Copy.
Indy, I'm just putting this back in its normal place, right?
That's right. The back handrails should be facing port. And there's a diagram on page 3 of your cuff checklist if you want to have a look.
Our next Ask NASA question comes from a viewer wanting to know why the spacesuits are white instead of any other color. That's a great question. When the International Space Station is in the sunlight, as you can see now, it can heat up to approximately 250 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So in order to deflect some of that heat, the spacesuits are white. The astronauts also have cooling garments on underneath their spacesuits and can regulate their temperature to help keep them cool.
Okay, wire tie is installed.
Excellent. You can now bundle your Krulak bag to the APFR in WIF 31.
Roger that.
And Ike, that handrail should be pointing port. We'd appreciate it if you could flip the bag 180 degrees.
Oh, that's it. Okay, can work. Put on my BRT and then go get the other one.
That's affirmed. You can put that crew lock bag, APFR combo on the BRT, and then you'll be putting the APFR from WIF 27 into WIF 31.
Okay, and has a rep. Okay, Andy, the bag is in place to those handrails. The end of the jumper, it's over the top. The two ends sit over the top of the ventral center bag next to it. Maybe you can see it in my WBS.
We're happy, Ike. That looks excellent. Thank you.
You're happy? I'm happy. Well,
Next, you can open the thermal cover and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
work. All right, Andy, thermal cover is coming open.
Copy.
The waist tether is locked to the airlock waist tether. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hooks locked, block on block. That is a good safety tether chain through
airlock gearing extender.
Copy and concur. You can retrieve the weather bag from the airlock and temp stow it on the airlock handrail 554.
Work.
And Hopper, you're looking for a clocking of 12.
Okay, clocking of 12 is set.
And the other setting should still be good. It's Indigo Indigo Fox 12.
Indigo Indigo is set. And I see Fox 12. Just need to get my ret back. Give you a good pull and twist test though. I do see black on black. Good pull, good twist.
Copy, and then just a pitch knob check, please.
Roger.
Today's spacewalk now at the 2-hour and 42-minute mark. This view from the camera on Mike Hopkins' spacesuit. He is working with the articulating portable foot restraint. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is back at the airlock.
You can translate back to the airlock. Just a reminder to pick up your green hook from 5223 and check the gauntlets before you get to the Sarge.
Roger. Come back.
You can see the colors start to change outside the space station, and that's because the station itself is entering an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over the Arabian Sea, and at 17,500 miles an hour, the station orbits Earth, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. Currently at the airlock, you can see those red stripes. That's NASA astronaut Victor Glover, today's EV-1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, preparing for his next task.
Copy.
Coming up next for Glover, he will be removing and replacing a WETA. That's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. There are 3 WETAs that receive video from wireless video systems. He will remove the failed one and install a spare, then return to the airlock again to stow the failed hardware.
Okay, green hook is to my red reel.
Copy.
And filter unlocked.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is currently out of frame, but has recently completed his tasks relocating an ingress aid for the articulating portable foot restraint. Coming up next, he'll be working at the Columbus module on several tasks. He'll be working to connect cables from the Bartolomeo platform. He'll also work to secure some clamps on the platform as well, and additionally service a ham radio.
That's all in place. All right, Andy, the weather is out on airlock long and row.
Copy. Now, next you can retrieve crew lock bag number 1. That's the Bartolomeo Columbus crew lock bag, and put it on the airlock handrail or D-ring extender.
Work.
And Hopper, you're stopping at the anchor hook location to retrieve both your anchor hooks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in board of the Sarge.
Copy. Copy.
Okay. At the anchor hooks. We take the EV1 anchor hook and put in it to my red reel. Okay?
Yep, that's affirmed. And Ike, you're still connected to the airlock waist tether and D-ring, right?
Good waist tether to the box waist tether. You have to go, Hopper. Roger that. Narette.
The astronauts are getting set up for their next tasks on today's spacewalk, now 2 hours and 50 minutes long. And we have a question from Mary's 10-year-old who wants to know how big the space station is. That's a great question. The space station is 357 feet if you measured it end to end. So if you put it on top of an American football field, it would be almost the exact same size, including the end zones.
Okay, EB1 anchor hook is to my red reel. It's unlocked. Bell closed, side of lock, black on black, big pull test.
Copy. You can retrieve your own anchor hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Roger.
We have another question, this one from Joe, wondering how many astronauts are in the International Space Station. Right now, there are 5 astronauts inside and 2 outside, so in total 7 astronauts are living at the International Space Station. 4 of those are NASA astronauts, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, the 2 that you see outside today, Shannon Walker and Kate Rubins. We have Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi, and 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverchkov.
Like large or use? I think it means what you think that it means. Nicely said. Okay, I'm at the port. See the cart. And I am asked, when you get to the airlock, your bag is on the forward part of the airlock circular handrail. Roger that.
And Hopper, just a reminder to give a double tap to both port and starboard cedar cart brake release pedals, please.
Double tap. Zombie land double tap. Nice. 1, 2. Got a double tap. Well, that got me thinking about Twinkies. Like, I was just thinking it'd be a good Twinkie, Mike. Wouldn't that be a good Twinkie? It'd be. Luigi, you got any Twinkies sitting anywhere? The master, he's got Twinkies.
Search the space station, boys.
Nice. Those are real friends. Okay, I come at the starboard, coming around, do a double tap here.
And Ike, we'd love for you to take a break and get your met rates down a little bit.
I am taking a break. There's the seat of spur.
And Ike, while you're resting, we'll take a glove inspection and a hab check.
I hooks before I do the APS. Lock that back. Some smudges, cosmetic stuff, no change to the glove, Randy.
Copy that. And Hopper, you came in a little bit broken before. Next for you, you can put your anchor hook to the aft D-ring, and you can then, after that, put Ike's anchor hook to the forward D-ring on the airlock.
Work.
And if you want to drop the APFR first, that's also fine.
Let's all right, EV2 has an anchor hook on the lock D-ring, bell close, side lock, black on black, good pull.
Hopper, say again, your comm dropped off.
All right, EV2's anchor hook is on the aft airlock D-ring extender, bell close, auto lock. DB1's on the forward airlock bell close, auto lock from Blackbird pull test. That shows in 2 big configs.
Copy and concur. And Ike, you can release yourself from the airlock D-ring.
Released. All right, Ike. Well, here's our airlock D-ring extender. Whatever you prefer. Let's see. I'm going to try and present it to you. That's all right. It's not working very well right now. There we go. Grab this rip off the D-ring extender. Okay. Here's above the HFR there.
Hand over in 10 seconds.
Okay. Hand over in 10 seconds. I copy.
We're in a satellite handover during today's spacewalk. Both astronauts currently at the airlock and preparing for their next task.
Give it a little bit extra.
The first task they completed today was venting 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system. One of those jumpers was relocated to the exterior of the airlock for potential future use.
Now I got to go with this APFR.
Yeah, you're putting it in the WIF-X in WIF 11.
WIF-X in WIF 11.
That's a clocking of 12.
Yeah, you might want me to get out of your way first. That's kind of right. That's the one that's over here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let me grab this.
You bet.
We'll get out of your way.
Actually, I got to do something with the ret. For a wire tie here.
All right, Andy, I just take the WETA and get out of Hopper's way.
Yep, you can grab the WETA and make room for Hopper if you want. Since you've been in the airlock, we'll just take a safer handles down check, please.
Yeah, I've got 2 good safer handles down.
Thanks, Hopper.
Bet.
Excellent. And did I copy earlier that crew lock bag number 3 is stowed in the airlock?
Yes, you did.
Copy.
All right, Andy, I'm going to get the cover closed.
Copy.
Okay, thermal cover is closed.
All right, Hopper, I'm getting out of your way.
Roger, I see ya. Happy wedding.
Get you.
hold on a sec. That's good.
What's the matter?
Nothing. We're sitting this other APFR. We got a lot of APFRs over here.
Yeah, that other APFR that Hopper was referencing, that's the one you'll be grabbing to bring up with you to do the WETA R&R.
I'm over by the WETA. I'm just going to Timstow the WETA bag here, and then I'll go back and get the APFR.
Copy.
Okay, you want a clocking of 12.
Yes, please, 12. And then Tango, Tango, Fox 12.
Oh, you're getting picky. All right, clocking at 12, good black on black, good pull, good twist.
All right, the WETA is Timstowed on the Node 1 circular handrail, on the Node 1 flagging wheel, fan wheel. Let's get the APFR.
Copy.
Okay, Andy, it's line's in the lock position, but it's not quite topped out. But I'm going to call that good for now. We can get going on the other stuff.
I can finish that up for you since I'm doing APFR stuff. If you
Roger. Yeah, I'd like to think it's a good plan.
Copy that, Hopper. If you want to,
Yep.
if you want to grab crew log bag number 1 and then move out of the way, then we'll take a glove inspection and HAB check from you.
Roger that. Like, I think it's almost there. Might be able to get this one last little on the pitch knob.
And if it's okay with you guys, I'll give you a quick big picture summary. We are exactly on the timeline. Hopper, your MEDOX is a limiting factor at 6 hours, 22 minutes, but this is in order to give us the opportunity to protect for a ammonia test in the airlock if we decide to do it. We haven't decided to do it yet, but we want to protect for it. And finally, inhibits are in place both for the Pappas and WETA work sites.
It's been 3 hours and 6 minutes since the astronauts switched their suits to internal battery power, beginning today's spacewalk.
You'll be
clear once you start moving away. Okay, I am just about ready. No rush.
Both astronauts are at the airlock at the moment, preparing to move to their next work site. For Victor Glover, with the red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit as extravehicular crew member 1, he will be removing and replacing a WETA. That's a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. Mike Hopkins will be heading out to the Columbus module, where he'll complete a variety of tasks with the Bartolomeo Science platform, as well as reconfiguring a ham radio.
Appreciate it.
Hopper, may the Schwartz be with you. Let me see. Where's my button? Yeah. Hopper, is the pitch setting correct? You're just trying to get the knot off? Yep, that's it. Okay. Okay, yep, it's just really ratchet and sticky to the end. If you get another 10 degrees and it pops in and out. It ain't pretty. But it did pop. Yep. Nice. It's locked. It's locked in place. Okay, I'm out of here, Ike. Yep. I'll copy, Andy.
Copy all. Thanks, Ike.
Any other settings on this thing, or are we good to go?
The settings were good. We are good to go, so you can grab the APFR in WIF 12 and then head up to the airlock WIF 6 where you'll be installing it.
Work.
And Hopper, you can make your way to the Columbus work site. You know it fairly well, so just let me know if you want any details.
Roger that. I think I'm okay. And dropping my green hook right after I get out near CMA 3.
That's affirmed.
Fun. Okay, I'll see you. See you later. Yep. On the lab. Copy. The gas spanner.
Copy. And that gas spanner should take you to node 2 handrail 0345 where you're dropping your green hook.
Didn't work. Andy, I am out with.
So you're looking for a clocking of 8 in whiff 6.
Let me give this thing a tug test because I know the guy that installed it. In his homework. All right, whiff 6 is solid. It's in there. Give me that clocking again, Andy.
Clocking of 8.
8. The solid single black line on the number 8.
Copy. Next settings are kilo.
That didn't work yet. I'm just confirming. Not yet.
Copy that.
All right, here's our buddy. Say hi for me. All right, Andy, it's in. Clock to 8.
All right, clocking of 8, and then it's kilo, delta 1.
Kilo, delta 1.
And Hopper, you're looking for handrail 0943 to stow crew lock bag number 1 on by the Pappas connectors.
Yep. I am there. Andy, kilo is locked. The pitch knot is popped out. It's also sticky in there, loud 20 degrees.
Copy. And did you give it a pull and twist test and a black on black check?
Pull and twist test, black on black.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome. All right, go trim.
All right, Ike, if you can still reach your weather bag, then you can ingress APFR.
Copy. Kilo, delta 1. The APFR ingress aid is extended. It is installed. A good pull test.
Sorry. Hold on, I gotta yell a little bit more. I'm at Delta 12. It is Kilo Kilo Delta 1.
Good readback. Just a reminder on the warning to avoid contacting that white thermal coating on the Weta.
Roger.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera, you can see the number 20 in the bottom, denoting that it is on his spacesuit. He's preparing to remove and replace a Weta wireless video system external transceiver assembly. To do so, he'll need to release 3 fasteners before he's able to remove the failed unit. He'll then replace the new unit, install 3 fasteners, and then return to the airlock with the failed piece. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins is at the Columbus module. He'll be looking at some plugs and cables on the Bartolomeo payload platform. During US EVA 69 earlier this year, there was some difficulty connecting some of those cables, so he'll be troubleshooting that today, as well as providing more information about the area.
Copy. So you can excellent. So you can release the long wire tie, go into the P1 lever, leave the wire tie attached to the handrail, and then you can demate, inspect, and try to remate the P1J1 connection.
That didn't work.
Whoever installed these wire ties did a really good job. It looks very pretty.
Yeah, kind of a pain.
The 2 plugs you see Hopkins working with right now are plugs 1 and 2 in an intermediate configuration, as they were left after US EVA 69 in January.
You want us to be mated.
Copy. And we've got excellent HECA views.
Okay, I see no fraud. Good pins. Good EMI band on the P1. Let me come up. Again, no fraud. And they are definitely close and tight. No gaps. Okay, got a good soft dog. no joy.
Copy, no joy. So let's go ahead and try with the broom tool to expand those tines.
After that, Andy, I'm in the APFR.
Copy, you can grab your PGT. Settings are Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Copy, I'm going to Cal first.
The connections for the first cable Mike Hopkins was trying to mate did not fully complete, so they are working through some troubleshooting options as was planned.
1, counter 2, set.
And you'll be releasing the outer fasteners in any order. It's 7 to 13 turns each until the bolt pops out.
The outers first, any order, 7 to 13. Worked. All right, I definitely see the floating around that Ike was talking about. Focusing on F and G.
During the initial spacewalk to work on these connectors, there was reported that the jack socket tines might be more closed in than were initially expected, so Hopkins is using a tool to attempt at expanding those tines.
In what way?
Picture that. It bent it up. I guess when I pulled it out, something caught. Or maybe I put a little side load in. Reason to practice.
And this was on the practice socket F, correct, Fox?
That's affirmative. That's affirmative. Andy, both of the outer bolts are released.
Copy. So now you can tether to the failed wetter with your mini workstation RET.
Work. Andy, can you guys see that?
Not really.
No? Okay. All right, so I'm going to start with alpha. It's just going to be a straight in, straight out.
Just a second, Hopper. Could you try to give us a better view if you move your helmet closer to the socket?
Yep. Bye. Up there.
Yeah, there's a cable in the way, unfortunately. It's kind of sticking right in front of the HECA.
Mike Hopkins working to give the teams here on the ground a better view of those plugs.
What do you got?
Yeah, we've got a good view. It's just hard for us to see the damage. So if you could describe it to us, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay, again, so got the tines and the part that folds over, so the right. Does that make sense to you, the part that folds over at the top?
Yep.
Okay, so one of those has bent up.
Okay, I understand. So it's as if it almost kind of grabbed a lip on the broom and the broom pulled it out? Is that what you mean?
Right. Or I could have put some side loads into it that caused it to bend that way as well. If we went to the pin straightener, I think you'd have to be careful about that, because it'd be real easy to bend them back.
All right, Hopper, stand by. We're just discussing down here.
Yes.
In the meantime, Ike, I'm guessing you've read it to the failed wetter, in which case you can release the center fastener 25 to 31 turns. The bolt does not pop out, but the box will be jacked off the back side.
I have the wetter in hand, the failed wetter, no bent pins on the stanchion side or the plug and jack sides look good. Both sides look good. No fog, and I'm getting ready to put the round scoop on it.
Copy all. You go to get the round scoop and put that on the failed wetter.
Teams on the ground here continue to troubleshoot and provide options for the Columbus Bartolomeo platform outside of Columbus.
All right, Hopper, I'm back with you. Let's grab the pin straightener and then have you practice on one of the practice sockets to see if you can expand the tines using the pin straightener.
Okay.
Teams in Houston are also working with teams in Oberpfaffenhofen, Germany, the location of the Columbus Control Center, troubleshooting these tasks with the Bartolomeo platform. Hopkins is now going to move on to try a pin straightener tine expansion. This will provide line of sight to the tines while attempting to expand them.
Practice on G. Not seeing any noticeable difference.
Copy, Hopper. And can you see if the tines move when you apply pressure with the pin straightener?
Yes. There is movement, but then it snaps back.
Copy.
And the spare wetter is out. Good pins, no fog.
Copy, Ike. And Hopper, if you're comfortable, Hopper, then you can use the pin straightener tool on the actual sockets, alpha Bravo, Charlie, and Delta.
Okay, copy that, I will. And just as a comment, I commented that they were floating. It looks like the only ones that are really floating in there are E, F, and G. Alpha Bravo, when I just kind of tap on them, they don't move, so they feel solid.
And Hopper, that is what we would expect since the practice sockets don't have cables attached to the back, so that's why they're able to float.
Okay. Okay, Alpha's complete.
Copy, Hopper. And Ike, we see you read it to WEDA. You can now release the scoop, which I see you've just done.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera as he works to remove and replace a WEDA.
Just a reminder that when installing the new WEDA, we need running torque in order to determine the final PGT setting for torquing it down. So just a reminder not to release the PGT trigger until the correct number of turns has reached. If you do release the PGT trigger, please report the running torque and the turns to us before you restart the bolt install.
Copy.
And so to start with, Ike, you'll be using Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and driving the primary bolt 23 turns only, and then reporting the max running torque to us.
Got it.
A look on the right of your screen as Victor Glover uses the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, to install a new WEDA, a wireless video system external transceiver assembly.
Just don't float as much as E, F, and G.
Copy that, Hopper. We'll take some photos of the sockets now, and then after that, you can try to attempt to make P1 to J1.
Copy, and work. Okay, Andy, 23 turns, max running torque 1.6. Max started at turn 21. It was 0 until turn 21.
Copy. All right, Ike, you can set your PGT to Alpha 1 and leave it in motor, and then drive the primary bolt to torque, an additional minimum turn count of 1.5 turns.
Okay, I want to get this failed one in the bag first. I'll call you back when I'm ready for that.
Okay.
Victor Glover now stowing the failed WEDA. He will return that to the airlock.
Andy, failed is in the bag. Was that Alpha 1, counter 2?
Good read back.
Sorry, Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Yep, clockwise 2.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2. The torque and minimum of how many turns?
Minimum 1.5 turns.
Okay. All right, Andy, good stop back.
Copy.
Andy, 5 turns, green lights, 2.4 on the torque.
Copy.
Oh, made it. Over center. Nice! And the crowd goes wild.
Good job. Wow. Excellent. Good news.
Say touchdown, but you played on the wrong side of the ball. Hey, we get interceptions once in a while. 6. Made it. Andy, can I take the red off now?
Stand by. All right, Ike, that's a good install. You can remove your reds.
Copy. And I see Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 5 turns, report running torque.
Yep, good word. Same procedure as for the center bolt.
On the left of your screen, you saw Mike Hopkins successfully mate the first plug to the Bartolomeo Science platform. They will now move on to the second and look to expand those tines with the tine expansion tool once again.
Okay, I copy. Working the wire tie. Okay, P2. Good pin, no pod. DMI band.
And Ike, just a reminder, 5 turns only on the outer bolts, and then report max running torque, please.
Okay, I drove the Zenith bolt, 5 turns, 0 is the running torque. You want me to do the same on the meter while I'm waiting?
Stand by.
That was just 1 bolt. Stand by.
So Ike, we'd like you to continue with the bolt that you were working on, but take the PGT to manual ratcheting mode with a MTL setting of 2.5.
And your ratchet, 2.5. And work. All right, I'm in ratchet clockwise. 2.5 sets. Now what? Torque.
And Ike, you're turning it until it torques out. And Hopper, a small recommendation for you is to lock out the red.
High-definition video coming from Mike Hopkins. As he continues work on the Bartolomeo platform, we saw the first cable successfully mated. He's now using the pen straightener tine expansion tool to work on the second plug. Meanwhile, Victor Glover continues removal and replacement of a WETA, a wireless video system external transceiver assembly.
I can turn it by hand.
And just a reminder that the bolt is spring-loaded, so you might have to push in to get it to engage properly.
Yep, that wasn't it. There was not enough friction to... Okay, I got 5 turns on it by hand and then a half a turn and it popped twice to manual ratchet. Copy.
Stand by, we're checking. All right, Ike, let's proceed with the nadir bolt. So PGT and Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 5 turns only, and please report max running torque.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 5 turns only, running torque. Okay.
And EVA has just reported that the Zenith bolt is a good install. Thanks.
Thank you.
We are 3 hours and 46 minutes since the start of today's spacewalk, and this is the team leading the crew from the ground, the Orbit 2 team in Mission Control Houston. The astronauts first completed venting of the early ammonia system, their first major task of the day. They have since moved on to their second major task for Victor Glover, that is removal and replacement of a wireless video system external transceiver assembly, or WETA. For Mike Hopkins, he is working on the Bartolomeo platform at the Columbus module.
Good catch. And I'm looking at 02, no 5, good 10, Scooty and my band.
All right, let's go for a mate then.
The voice you hear speaking with the astronauts is Andy Mogensen, a European Space Agency astronaut. He's relaying the tasks and guidance from the ground to Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover, today's 2 spacewalkers.
Andy, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I'm not able to get the NTL out of 2.5.
High-definition view from Mike Hopkins trying to connect that second cable on the Bartolomeo platform.
So Ike, if you want to get it out of 2.5, you can move the collar to counterclockwise and then pull that little piece in and turn it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not getting it to move out of 2.5.
Okay, stand by.
Andy, no joy on P02.
Copy, Hopper. Stand by. And Ike, could you double check that you're in ratchet counterclockwise?
I tried it in ratchet counterclockwise, ratchet clockwise, motor. I not getting it to move from 2.5. You guys able to see my WVS?
Yeah, we're looking.
Okay. I didn't do it once and then call you. I've been sitting here trying the whole time.
Yeah, we understand, and we're just discussing other options.
Mike Hopkins continues to use the pin straightener tine expansion tool.
Clockwise and just ratchet it and let it get right into let it clicked in. Anyway, it's in 30.5. Going to Bravo, 1 clockwise to 5 turns and giving you running torque.
Good words, and you're go to drive the 5 turns. And Hopper, we see you trying again with the pin straightener tool, and that's fine.
Roger. The 5 turns, 0 on the torque.
Copy,
and
0 on the
I'm
torque.
going to have the same issue. There's not enough friction to ratchet it, so I can give you turns by hand, or I can turn it with the PGT. Let me know what you want to do.
And Ike, we'll take hand turns until you think you have enough friction.
Okay, and then give me the back to ratchet clockwise 2.5.
Stand by. That's affirmative, Ike. So back to ratchet, clockwise, MTL 2.5.
Sure you want to do that? Okay, I'm going to do these hand turns first. All right, Andy, so it was 6.5 turns by hand. Clockwise. 3-5 sets.
And Hopper, if you need...
It was about 3/4 of a turn and 2 pops.
Copy that, about 3/4 of a turn. And Hopper, if you need additional leverage, you can use an adjustable, the hook from an adjustable onto that bail.
I'm getting pretty good leverage on it. we'll see.
Or put the strap of the adjustable over the lever.
Okay. All right, Andy, my PGT is back to nominal 30.5 set. This time it went back, no problem.
Excellent, good news. And that's a good WETA install.
Do you have a go to power it up? Fills that me.
Thank you, and that's in work. And next we'll take a bag inventory.
The bag has the failed WETA with a round scoop on it, and then there's a round scoop on the outside. There are reds to both of those round scoops back to the bag. Then there's an adjustable external and a red external.
Perfect. So you can egress APFR and stow WETA bag on whatever airlock handrail is convenient.
Work.
Confirmation of good installation of the new WETA, the wireless video system external transceiver assembly installed by Victor Glover. He will take the failed WETA back to the airlock. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins continues work on the Bartolomeo platform connected to the Columbus module.
Going, Hopper? Well, the initial success isn't repeating itself. Step by step. Yep. Already been worth it, though. Got one. All right, Andy, I'll give it one more try.
One more try with what? With the pin straightener?
No, I'm going to give it one more try here and then demate it, see if I can't get it final. Okay, no joy. What would you guys like to do next?
Hopper, we'd like to move on to P4.
P4, okay. So I can just leave this disconnected for now? Or do you want it partially?
We're going to leave it like this right for now, but before we leave the work site, we need to return it to its initial config.
Okay. And you just confirmed you don't want the WETA in the airlock, you just want it temp stowed while we start on the stiffener?
I mean, it's up to you. It has to go back in the airlock at some point, but we also want the APFR moved back into its original location with 12.
I'm going to put the WETA in the airlock.
It's good for us.
Cap's been removed from J04.
Copy, Hopper. And just a question from EVA for you. Did you see any flake fall off from the WETAs?
Negative. Talking about the white paint, right?
That's affirmed.
Negative.
It's nearly 4 hours since our spacewalkers switched their suits to internal battery power, beginning today's spacewalk. We saw the crew members successfully vent 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system, one of which was relocated to the outside of the airlock. Victor Glover removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly and will soon relocate the failed unit to the airlock. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins has successfully connected 1 jumper on the Bartolomeo platform, and it continues to work at the platform to troubleshoot the connections.
All right, Andy, what has a large, small red into the airlock? I'm back to get the APFR. Actually, you want me to install the cable reel back now?
Stand by.
Stand by.
Ike, go ahead and retrieve the APFR and restow that in with 12, and then we'll have you working on the airlock stiffener rather than the cable routing.
Okay. Copy that. Hey, Andy, I've got the caps off of J04 and T04. Whoever wire tied this one onto T04.
Copy. Your go to
Overboard.
Copy. Your go to use a pin straightener to try to expand the tines.
Roger. And on T04, good pins, no FOD. To the MI band. And let me get a picture where the sun goes down. Okay, working the pin straightener on J04.
Copy.
As the crew members continue work outside the space station, we are continuing answering your Ask NASA questions. This one, what purpose does the little mirror on the left hand of the astronaut serve? Great question. That mirror provides astronauts a visual of the front of their suits, and that is where astronauts can access the comms volume and the temperature inside their spacesuits. All of that is written in mirror image, so that way when they view it by the mirror on their wrist, they are able to read and adjust as they desire.
And I Mike, you're going to WIF 12 where you got it from, and you're looking for a clocking of 6.
Copy. That's where it came from, clock to 6.
We have another question from Mary's 6-year-old who asks, how high above the Earth the space station is and where it is over the Earth right now. The space station is currently flying 266 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, coming up on the west coast of Africa.
Oh, it's quiet, Ike. I was taking in the view, and the ocean is beautiful. That blue is something, isn't it? It is. Okay, Andy. I'll take a picture and see what we can do with B4J4.
Copy.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins continues attempting connection of the cables to the Bartolomeo platform.
All right, Andy. APFR is with 12 clock to 6. Good. Full and twist test, block on block.
Copy. And the rest of the settings, Kilo, Kilo, Fox 9.
Work.
And Hopper, one technique you might want to try to use is to use 2 hands. So once you get it over center like it is, put one hand on the back shell and one hand on the lever and push together.
Roger. Kilo Fox 9 and the ingress 8 is full down, Andy.
Copy all.
Yeah, the problem with that, Andy, is the BRT is not strong enough.
Copy that, Hopper. All right, Hopper, if you think you've exhausted your attempts on doing it this way, what you can do is you try to take an adjustable, put both hooks onto the bail, and then pull on the loop. And we'll take a glove inspection and have check from you, please.
Copy. Our half is dry. Gloves are in work. Negative. J4 to J4. Holy smokes.
Nice. Good job.
Before we try P2 again.
Yep, let's try that same technique on P2. And copy nominal gloves, Ike.
Roger.
Victor Glover reports that his gloves look good and his HAP is dry, his helmet absorption pad.
Stiffener install.
He is now preparing to work on the stiffener install for the thermal cover to keep it from blowing open on the airlock. Mike Hopkins has successfully connected another cable on the Bartolomeo platform and will continue to attempt doing the same with the second cable.
Okay, no joy on.
Yeah, we see that, Hopper. At this time, we suggest moving on to P3J3.
Okay.
And Ike, that looks really good. Good position, good orientation.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera as he is now holding the thermal cover stiffener. Once installed, this will help keep the thermal cover from blowing open outside the airlock.
Got a few extra caps and wire ties.
Sure.
Teams on the ground continue to work with the European Space Agency in Oberpfaffenhofen, Germany, troubleshooting the tasks at the Bartolomeo payload, where Mike Hopkins continues to work on connecting cables.
The extra safing is in place for 3.
Yeah, Hopper, extra safing is in place for P3J3.
Thank you.
During venting of the early ammonia system earlier, the first task of the day, there was some suspected ammonia flakes that may have come into contact with the astronauts' suits. However, exposure to the sun has completed a natural bakeout of any of those potential flakes from the previous venting.
And Ike, if you could give us an estimate of the turn count, both what you've done by hand and then also later what you do with the PGT, we'd appreciate it.
I did 2 turns on that first bolt, and I'm just getting to the second turn on the second one. And I kind of wanted to get 2 points done just for a little stability before I did anything else. So the,
we agree with that plan.
By hand on 2. Now I'm going to alpha 2, clockwise 2. With both 6 and 1 turns so far by hand.
All bolts should be hand started before you start to drive.
Oh, start all 6?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, please. Work. I like that better. All right, P3, good pins. No 5. Good EMI band. And working the pin straightener on A03.
Copy.
2 turns on bolt 2.
Copy.
While Victor Glover has moved on to another major task of the day, which is installing the thermal cover stiffener, Mike Hopkins continues work at the Bartolomeo Science platform. He is using the pin straightener tine expansion tool. He has used this tool and seen success with 2 of the plugs so far.
All right, Hopper, got 1-4 of these bolts so far, so the stiffener's going well. How you doing?
Well, I've got 2 of 4.
Nice.
About to try P3 and P3. Did I get the right one?
All right, 2 turns, bolt 3.
Copy.
Okay, good soft dock. P3. P3. 3J3. J3 made it.
Yes.
Over center.
Yeah, we saw that. Excellent.
Using the same technique as on the 4th plug earlier, Mike Hopkins has successfully connected the 3rd plug to the Bartolomeo platform.
All right, Hopper, if you're game, we'd love for you to try the pin straightener again on J2, P2.
I am absolutely game.
Mike Hopkins continues to use the pin straightener tine expansion tool to expand some of those tines that were reported initially during EVA 69, US EVA 69, to be a little more closed end than nominal. Of course, power to the power distribution units have been turned off for these troubleshooting procedures. Meanwhile, Victor Glover continues to work on installing a stiffener on the airlock's thermal cover.
Yeah, 5. 2.5 or 3.
Copy.
Have to do this again and install another thermal cover stiffener tubes. They need to be wobbles. Yeah, that makes sense. Getting the thermal cover to line up with that, is that, Yep. Yeah. The first one I was able to obviously get over center. The rest of them I've had to do some tugging, and I'm on the last one. And all that tugging is caught up with me. Yeah. We'll take a break and try it again in a second, but it's my drift, Andy. 2.
Yeah, we copy that, Ike.
We're in a quick satellite handover, and we are watching Mike Hopkins attempt to connect a third jumper,
Okay, good stop back.
or the second jumper by number, we should say, but he's connected 3 jumpers to the Bartolomeo platform so far. Victor Glover is near the Quest airlock, and he is installing the thermal cover stiffener. We are now 4 hours and almost 30 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Yep. And in my right eye. Okay. Having trouble seeing? I can see it, just irritating. It's trying to keep it open. Left eye is fine. Be watery. Okay. Taking a break. Blinking. Let's water and let you know how that's working. Okay. Yeah, when I open my right eye, it's a little irritated. Completely irritated? Yeah. Okay. Andy, you copying?
Yeah, we copy. So is that water irritating your eye, Ike. Is that right?
Negative. Something. I don't know what. It hurts to keep it open. It's irritated if I keep it open. When I close it, I'm fine. Slightly irritated, and it's watering. Tears. It's creating tears. I'm blinking. That's working. But if I try to keep it open, my left eye is fine. And for your information, I did not use anti-fog on my helmet. I didn't use any.
All right, we copy you did not use anti-fog, and we copy it's your irritation in the eye that's causing your eye to water. It wasn't water in your eye, but something else that's irritating it.
That's correct. Only chemical in this EMU is the paste on the electrodes. How you doing, Hopper? Yeah, I can, what are you thinking? You want to... I'm good. I'm right at the airlock. I'm good. I'm still working on this last one. I'll keep you posted. I'm, okay. Letting you know. Yeah, it keeps getting better. Blinking is working. I'll let you know if it doesn't. Okay. No joy on E2, J2.
Victor Glover reporting some irritation in his eye, but that it improves as he continues to blink. He is at the Quest airlock installing a thermal cover stiffener, and Mike Hopkins continues work on the Bartolomeo platform outside Columbus.
Any better, right? No, same. 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 All right. Sure? No, yep. I'm still Fly Navy. Super Super.
Flight saying you're flying IFR.
Let's say marginal VFR.
Hopper, the only other thing we can suggest is that you use two adjustables so you get kind of a extra long loop, which might give you more leverage.
Okay. Roger.
Mike. Looks like you're continuing to work on the stiffener install.
Yes, sir. I'm going to try. So, Doc, this is the one where I actually need 3D vision and it's not helping. But I'm going to try putting the bolts into the thermal cover and then see if I can line them up that way. See if I can get the two to meet. Okay with that?
This is a view from Mike Hopkins' suit, his high-definition camera, providing a view of the plugs on which he is working on the Bartolomeo platform.
One hook to the strap on that adjustable, and then the other end around the handrail, so you're pulling up maybe, just to give you a different direction to pull in.
Yep, we can try that. Let's try using an adjustable tube. Ah, yeah. You get them aligned? Yeah.
Victor Glover continues work outside the Quest airlock on the thermal cover. He's installing some stiffener tubes, hand-turning some bolts to get them started and secured. This stiffener will help keep the airlock thermal cover from blowing open.
Andy?
Yep, go ahead.
In the staging bag, there is a long pokey thing. I use that to go through the stiffener and into the tube if I can get them aligned.
Stand by.
Or even the thing that Hopper has. Yeah, the broom and a rotation tool.
Ike, you are go to use that tool from the staging bag if you think that'll help.
All right. Put that to work. All right, still no joy, Andy. How much more you guys want to give this one? Give it one more?
Just a second, Hopper. All right, Hopper, let's try to do the plug extender eval, just so we get an idea of what might be wrong, and then after that, we'll probably just plug it.
Yeah, it goes to hard stop.
Copy to hard stop.
Yeah. So, EMI band looks good.
Yeah, we copy, Hopper. That's a good eval. We're ready to have you just cap them. So you'll want to grab the 25L cap. That's the one with the Kapton tape on it.
Okay, so you don't want to leave it connected with the wire tie like we did last time.
No, we prefer to have them capped.
Okay. Uncle.
Hey, Hopper, we appreciate all that extra effort, but I think we're ready to move on. So you have a go to cap the two ends.
Roger that.
And Hopper, we'd appreciate you taking pictures of the connectors prior to capping them.
Yep. Get one right now. How far I was able to go.
Mike Hopkins was able to successfully connect 3 of the 4 plugs he was working with today. The European Space Agency and NASA teams have agreed that Hopkins will take pictures of the area and then cap the plug and the jumper.
How you doing, Ike?
Got it.
Use that tool?
Yep.
This view of Victor Glover outside the Quest airlock as he continues installing a stiffener on the thermal cover.
Let's call that 3 turns on only one that's left.
Copy.
Alpha 2 clockwise, 2 to torque, right?
And Ike, we'll take a pull test on each hand-started bolt prior to driving with the PGT.
Full test, okay. Can I just do it right before I drive each one, or do I have to go around all 6 and pull?
Just right before you drive each one. It's just to make sure they're not cross-threaded.
Okay.
Okay, Andy, you said a 25L, right?
That's right. That's the one with the tape on it.
Yeah. That mounted easy. Over center.
Copy.
And then just a straight 25 on the plug.
Andy, a good pull test on bolt 5.
Copy.
Copy. And then it's Alpha 2 clockwise 2.
Four turns. Green light, 3.8 on the torque.
Copy.
Had a good pull test on 4 as well. Three and a half turns. Green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Stand by, Ike. All right, you can continue. It's fewer turns than we were expecting, so we might have to come back. But your go to proceed.
Copy.
Okay, Andy. You want an inventory while light continues?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Turns on 3. Green light, 3.7 on the torque. All right, I'll just stop talking when Ike starts. Okay, so I got an integral with a trash bag. Inside that trash bag is one, let's see, I need more wire ties. You want me to take these other 2 long wire ties off of 943?
Yes, please.
Okay, stand by then for the inventory.
And Ike, what was your report on the last bolt? I think we missed it.
1.5 turns, green light, I think 3.7 on the torque.
Ike, it's a little bit hard to read. Was it 2.5 turns or 10.5 turns?
4, 4.5 turns.
Copy, 4.5.
This will test on 2.
This view from Victor Glover's helmet camera as he continues using the pistol grip tool to install the airlock stiffener.
Green light. I hit the trigger again. I lost the torque. Hit it again. .6 on the torque.
And what was the number of turns?
3.5 turns.
Copy, 3.5 turns.
Full test on 1.
Copy, Ike.
This is a high-definition camera view from Mike Hopkins' suit, and the small tool you see him holding is actually his trash bag.
Two and a half turns on 1, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Hopkins is still at the Columbus module, specifically near the Bartolomeo payload. You can see the connectors behind him. He was able to connect 3 of the 4 we were looking at today. The third one in the middle is capped. The European Space Agency teams will evaluate a future course of action.
Turns on 6, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Copy, 3 turns on 6. All right, give us a second to discuss turn counts.
Got all the seconds you need. It would be strange to me if they were out of family, but given that they all match, we're close. Go ahead and discuss.
Yeah, we concur. We're still just double checking to make sure because it's a lot less than the 11 turns we were expecting. In the meantime, how's your right eye doing?
It's back to normal.
Excellent, back to normal. And if you want to give us a glove check and hab check, we'd appreciate that.
Is dry. Does have a couple new black spots. Weather changes.
Copy.
Here's a fix.
Victor Glover here in the center of your screen at the Quest airlock, working on installing a thermal cover stiffener, reporting that his eye is back to normal after earlier mentioning that it was slightly irritated.
Well, check here.
Sure, we'll take that as well.
Okay, so on my left thumb, you can probably see a little bit of threads. You guys got that?
Yep, we see that.
Okay. More. It's just the RTV on that right index finger. Bit of RTV on my right thumb. Check the outside. Now they look good, dry half.
Copy.
Okay. Bag inventory. So I'm going to have to do this again after we do the ham radio.
Just a second, Hopper. I think EVA would like a little bit more detail on the thread that you showed us earlier on the camera that was sticking out of your, was it your left thumb or left index finger?
Yeah, what about the thread? It's a little bit of thread on my left thumb. It's sticking up right next to the RTV, so along that seam.
All right, Hopper, we're just double checking with the mirror, but as long as it's from the seam, we think it's okay.
Okay, copy that. It looks like it is in that area. Hey, on this inventory, am I going to have to do it again if when I open this bag for the ham radio?
Good call. We can skip the inventory now, and we'll go to the ham radio worksite.
Okay.
And Hopper, we're happy with the gloves.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Just over 5 hours since today's spacewalk began at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, 8:14 a.m. Eastern Time. So far today, the crew members have vented 2 of the jumpers on the early ammonia system and relocated one of those jumper cables to the outside of the airlock for potential future use. Victor Glover removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins successfully connected 3 jumpers on the Bartolomeo platform and capped 1 other.
The thermal cover is flush with the stiffener, and also that each bolt head is flush with the tube or receptacle.
Victor Glover continues work on the thermal cover stiffener, initially planned to be a 2-person task. However, to allow Mike Hopkins more time at the Bartolomeo payload, platform. He has continued this work. A good view from Victor Glover's helmet camera of the thermal cover, where you can see underneath he has installed this stiffener. This will help keep the thermal cover from blowing open, doing something what the team calls potato chipping.
They're all flush, the stiffener to the thermal cover, and there's like a metallic or composite plate between the stiffener and the fabric of the thermal cover. And the bolt heads are flush. There's a stack of washers. I mean, there's the bracket, the lanyards too, and then a washer on top and 3 washers underneath. So it's all flush. There are no gaps in any of it, and none of it is crickets. It's all flush.
Stand by, Ike. All right, Ike, we'd like to try one final thing. So on one of the bolts, either bolt 5 or bolt 6, which are the 2 bolts at the closest to the hinge, if you could try to install one of those bolts with a PTC setting of alpha 3 clockwise 2, alpha 3.
Okay, I'll try on Nexus 6, alpha 3 clockwise 2. Okay, Andy, one last take a look at the work site here.
All right, you're go to translate to the APCU panel on the other end of Columbus.
Okay, copy that. Heading that way.
And just for your awareness, Hopper, the ASIM payload has had a good power up.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you.
So we
confirm it was alpha 3 clockwise 2.
That's affirmed. Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
Got a quarter of a turn on both 6, alpha 3 clockwise 2.
An additional quarter turn.
Turn green light 5.0 on the torque.
Stand by.
TT says a fifth of a turn.
All right, Ike, we appreciate that extra effort. We're going to say that this is a good install, and we're done with this task.
I concur.
Mike Hopkins given some good news that the power checkouts for the Bartolomeo platform and the 3 of 4 jumpers he was able to connect today went well. Victor Glover just being informed that the thermal cover stiffener task is deemed complete. Mike Hopkins, the view here from his spacesuit and the high-definition camera, is now on his way to work on the ham radio reconfiguration.
Coax and sensitive to bending loads.
Okay, I copy that. Thank you. I am at the work site.
All right, if you need to, you can stow your crew lock bag, and otherwise you'll be working to demate the antenna P2 from the APCU J2.
Roger that. I am going to stow this crew lock bag.
Five hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, you just got a glimpse of Earth, specifically the South Pacific Ocean, from Victor Glover's helmet camera. International Space Station flying 266 statute miles above us all.
You have a go to demate P02 from J02.
Mike Hopkins has now begun the ham radio reconfiguration task. He will demate 2 plugs.
HDMI band on both sides.
Copy. You can now demate the Eris P02 from the antenna J02.
Andy may have to uninstall both one on the stiffener. The rect is between the fabric and the plates. The hook itself, if you can see it in WBS, it's easier to see it than for me to describe what's going on, but can't get it off.
Yeah, we see that.
Uninstall one. Give me enough room to get out of there.
And I know what you're thinking. That's not the reason they didn't go to torque. That is a long way from 11 turns. It's going to be the same amount of turns when we reinstall it.
Yeah,
the other bolts either.
We agree, and we're good with your plan to release one of the bolts.
Yes, give me a settings, please.
Step. Alpha 2, counter 2.
The Alpha 2, counter 2. Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2 steps. Bolt 1.
Okay, J02. And the antenna, they are demated, no sockets in, 2D in my bin.
Copy. In just a second.
Roger.
All right, Hopper, if you can grab the camera and take pictures of the Ares P02, the antenna P02, the antenna J02, and the APCU J02, we'd appreciate it.
Cool. Good work.
Indeed, the bolt came apart, hung out, and the washers have separated. They kind of went all directions, and the bolt went.
Yeah, we see that. There's a washer right at the top of your camera view. Now it's out of the view.
I think the bolt, I can see it going straight later.
Bolt going straight nadir. All right, Ike, no issue. We're still good with the number of bolts installed, so if you can free the ret, then we'll still call this task complete.
It didn't work. Sorry about that.
No, that's not your fault. The bolt shouldn't have come apart.
You know where I can get another bolt like that, I'll install it. And the ret is released.
Copy.
Maybe Kate, Shannon, or Stolici can run to the store real quick.
Yeah. Okay, no bolt in there, but it's back with the thermal cover over the tube. And I had to use that, I don't know what the heck this thing is called. Long pokey thing I got out of the staging bag.
Yeah, I think we call that the probe.
The probe. There you go. I had to use the probe. Works like a champ.
Ike, we're just talking about that lanyard with a washer on it that's still attached if we need to do something about it.
Copy. Yep. What you talking about?
While you're talking, can I go put this probe back in the staging bag?
Yeah, you can put the probe back in the staging bag.
Work. Okay, Andy, photos are complete.
Excellent, good news. So now you can mate the ARIS P02 to the APCU panel J02.
Okay, so the ARIS P02, I don't see a label on it, but it's definitely the...
Yeah, it's the cable with only one end. That's right. The other has a Y,
Right.
the Y end, and that you cap both of the Ys.
Okay.
And Hopper, if you need further confirmation on the ARIS cable that you're mating, there should be a label that says HMU895.
Yeah, I've got the right cable. I mean, the other one's the Y, so...
Yeah, exactly. I figured that was a better description.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I'm soft docked. Over center.
Copy. So next you can grab 2 of the size 25 caps from the crew lock bag and cap the ends of the Y cable.
Here.
And those
So I've got a integral ret that's going to an adjustable that's attached to a wire tie caddy. Like it's got 3 smalls and 6 longs, and then that's also attached to a connector cleaner tool.
Copy, Hopper. So
adjustable.
we just had a handover, so I got an integral ret with an adjustable to a connector cleaner and a wire tie caddy.
Yep, that's the first part. And I've got an integral ret to a GoPro. And then I've got the camera that's attached to its own ret. That's one side of the bag, so I'm going to close that side up. That's all right. Okay, getting the plug on 02.
This high-definition video coming from the spacesuit of Mike Hopkins, today's EV2 or spacewalker number 2. He is working to reconfigure the ham radio.
Andy, what size on the HMU 601?
It's just a standard 25, no tape on them.
Okay. Roger. Okay, 2 plugs are installed.
Copy.
And you ready for an inventory on this side?
I am.
Okay, there's an integral that's got a trash bag. There's 3 wire ties in that trash bag. There's a red small, the broom tool, a red small to the pin straightener, and an integral red, the cap caddy. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 caps on it. And then on the outside, you've got the large, small adjustable.
Excellent. That's a good bag inventory. You can put that on your BRT, and I think at this point we'll take a quick discussion with you about the forward tasks.
Okay.
And one additional thing for you, Hopper, we'd like the ends of that Y cable restrained with a wire tie to a handrail, please.
Yeah, that makes sense. The only other thing I want to talk to you about, I don't know if you can see the bend radius of this RF antenna cable coming in. Are you able to see that in the HECA? Are you guys happy with that?
Yeah, we see it, Hopper. Just a second.
Okay.
All right. Once you've closed the crew lock bag, let's get you working on tying off the end of the Bartolomeo cable,
Okay.
and then if we need to do anything about that bend radius, we'll let you know.
Okay.
So, Ike, it looks like you already have the CP8 and CP9 cable reel bags outside the airlock. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Well, you read our minds. What we suggest going forward, we're about 5.5 hours PET, so we suggest not doing the Bartolomeo cable clamps, but then getting both of you working on the CP9 and CP8 cable routing. So Ike, you'll be working CP9, and Hopper, you'll be working CP8 if you agree.
Maybe. Super.
Excellent. Looking at the time, there's a good chance we won't finish the CP8 cable routing, and so we'll likely have to tie down the bag somewhere along the way.
Roger. Copy that.
All right, Ike, so you can go ahead and get started with CP9, and we'll need you to take the nadir path below lab over to the Rat's Nest port side.
All right, will do.
As Mike Hopkins continues reconfiguring the ham radio outside the space station, Victor Glover is going to begin some cable routing procedures scheduled for the spacewalk. We are now almost 5.5 hours since the spacewalkers turned their suits onto internal battery power this morning.
All right, Andy, they're tied down.
Excellent. You can retrieve the crew log bag, put it in your BRT, grab your green hook, and head back to the airlock.
That's bad, didn't work. We're happy with that bend radius.
Stand by. Yeah, we're happy. There's not much we can do about it in any case, so go ahead and stow the crew lock bag in your BRT, grab your green hook, and head back to the airlock.
Roger. All right, Andy, I've got the CP9, go back B, and I'm starting my translation to the lab.
Copy. And once you get to the port side of the lab, you're looking for handrail 285 for your green hook. I'll put your real bags on the airlock circular handrail. Oh, I thought you were going to take it off for me. I could. No, I'm kidding.
A recap at the progress throughout today's spacewalk so far. The spacewalk began at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, 8:14 a.m. Eastern Time, putting us now at over 5.5 hours of this spacewalk. The crew members first vented 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system and relocated 1 jumper cable to the outside of the airlock.
Copy.
Glover removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly, which has recently received a successful checkout. Mike Hopkins successfully connected 3 jumpers on the Bartolomeo platform and capped 1 other. This leaves Bartolomeo in a mostly operational state with power checkouts good on those cords. Victor Glover recently installed the thermal cover stiffener, while Mike Hopkins worked to reconfigure the ham radio. As he continues to work on this task, Victor Glover is getting ahead with some cable routing tasks planned for this spacewalk.
And both are unlocked.
Copy. Hopper, stand by for just a second before you leave the work site.
Okay.
And I think you need to go lab forward.
This is the handrail route. You can see another way to get there and then get across this gap of handrails. That spanner, that's the one I was looking for.
Yep, it looks right. It looks like you're on the right track.
I'm looking at 285 now, getting ready to drop my green hook.
Copy.
Yeah, this is where I was going. What are we thinking, Andy?
Yeah, I apologize, Hopper. We're discussing how much PET we actually have. Give us a few minutes, because there's no point in getting you started on CP8 if we only have, say, half an hour. Then we might as well do the Columbus or the Bartolomeo clamps.
Okay, copy. All right, Andy, green hook at 285.
Copy. You can translate aft on ESP1 to the lab end cone, and then on the port lab strut. All right, Hopper, we've made a decision. We do have enough time to go to a PET of 6:45, so we'll get you headed back to the airlock and start working on CP8.
Okay. Moving out. All right, Andy, I can see the C2V2 cable.
All right, so you're then looking for the spider cable W4300. And once you find that spider cable, you'll be pulling out the P8 from your cable reel bag with about 10 feet of slack, and then mating it to J8 on the spider cable.
Okay. One thing at a time. Need a number for that, is it Whiskey 4300?
Say again?
Cable that I'm looking for, is it 4300? Whiskey 4300.
That's correct.
Okay, found it.
So you'll demate the cap from P8 in the cable reel bag, and also demate the cap from the J8 on the spider cable.
P8 and J8. In work. All right. From the bag at about 10 feet.
And just a reminder that the cable goes on the forward side of the inner boardmost strut. So forward of the C2V2 cables.
Thank you for that reminder. All right, gents, I'm on the seat of spur. Happy. Actually, Andy, I'm going to stay where I'm at because it's a good position, but I'm going to put the bag on the other side. For that reminder again.
Copy. And Hopper, you can just temp stow the crew lock bag on the outside of the airlock and then grab CP8 wheel bag.
Roger, in work.
And before you leave the airlock, we'll take a glove inspection and have check, please.
Roger.
Getting a look at what the cable routing procedures look like for the CP8 and CP9 cables. Victor Glover has now started this task. He will retrieve one of these cable bags and begin routing it. Eventually, once connected, these will provide a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Andy, I've got about 10 feet of cable out. App is coming off.
Copy, cap's coming up.
Sensor. Cap is removed, good pin, DMI band.
Copy.
I'm looking for which one to mate it to.
P8 to J8. J8 is on the spider cable Whiskey 4300.
Okay, I found it. An adjustable hook on that cap.
While we wait to regain video, you still have audio with the astronauts.
No change to the glove since the last report.
Copy.
And no change to gloves.
Excellent. You can grab the CP8 cable reel bag and then translate port to the rat's nest. And if you need fair lead handrails, I've got them for you.
After that, on my way.
The voices you currently hear are of astronaut Victor Glover. You may hear him referred to as Ike. That is his call sign, or sort of a nickname given to him by his crewmates.
I don't see any MI band on this side, but we'll find.
Copy. And just double check that you're not trapping your safety tether when you're mating these two.
I will verify that.
Speaking with the astronauts here in Mission Control Houston, you have Andy Mogensen, European Space Agency astronaut.
See the spur here.
That's affirm.
Right?
That's right. Up the CETA spur, and then zenith.
Victor Glover has started on the CP9, that's Cam Report 9, cable routing task.
Once you get over to that wedge face, we suggest putting in a fair lead on 3437 and 3459.
437. I'm there. All right, Andy. Lever is forward over center. J8P8 made it. Together.
Copy that. So you can begin your translation port, and where possible, use existing wire ties to secure the cable to handrails. And just a caution to avoid contact with the target radiator beam once you get there.
Glover confirms he has connected plug 8 with jumper 8.
And I just want to just a second. All right, Ike, again, just double check that the cable is routed on the forward side of the inboardmost strut.
Seen my WVS?
No, we don't have KU right now.
Okay. Going directly from the spider cable to, I'm at handrail 3521. It's not going around any of the stanchions. It's forward of what I see as the inboardmost stanchion, like the C2V2 cable.
That sounds good to us. And Ike, I've got handrail suggestions for wire ties, but it's up to you. If you decide to do it on your own, just let us know which handrails you use.
Okay, yep, I got it. On the outboardmost strut where the C2V2 cable goes outboard, there is a wire tie, so I'm just going to put one there just to keep it going the right direction. It'll be
Copy.
some slack.
After reporting a good configuration, Victor Glover has now begun routing the CP9 cable.
All right, Andy, continuing outboard.
Copy.
I'm going to skip 3543 just because I wire tied right at the that top of that strut like I mentioned. I'm looking for 3621, the next available wire tie.
Copy, that's perfect. Yep, that's along the C2V2 cable route, and hopefully there should be wire ties for you to use all along that path.
Good. Okay, Andy, I'm here.
All right, so you can pull P7 connector from your cable reel bag with about 10 feet of slack, and you want to route that forward of the inboardmost strut. So basically, same route that Ike routed his cable.
I see. After that, I see his cable. All right, Andy, my next one is 3620. This one's got a short wire tie. It goes here. Do I need to put 3 twists in, or one, or what do you need?
No need for 3 twists.
3, it's not going to have any left for hopper.
No need for 3 twists.
Thanks, Ike. If you use 3620, yeah, no problem.
And Hopper, you can demate the cap from P7, and then you're looking for J7 on the spider cable, Whiskey 4300.
All right, you're going to have to give that to me again. I'm not quite ready for it.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, and Andy, I'm moving to the forward handrail path.
Yeah, we copy.
I'm looking for 3637.
With the completion of the ham radio reconfiguration, Mike Hopkins is now joining Victor Glover in cable routing.
Running right over the top of PMM? Okay.
Yep. Why isn't my wheel or my not turning very easy? Suggestions, Andy?
Yeah, we see that. You're having trouble pulling the cable out of the reel bag, right?
Yeah, it's tightening up.
All right, Hopper, I've got some crib sheet steps for you. So first of all, you can pull black tab on the MLI flap to open the bag more fully.
Pull the black tab. Okay. That's complete.
And then verify.
Not the MLI, it's tightening up. It's not turning. I bet it's
Stand by, Hopper.
it.
So, Hopper, you might want to look for a tape that says remove before EVA. That might be preventing it. It should be sort of, if you look inside where the opening is, along the edges.
Looking. Is this the only opening, or is there?
Now that tape would be inside the opening. The next thing you can do is check if the cable is caught between the reel and the housing.
Looks like there are multiple openings on this bag, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't see any cable that's caught between the reel and the housing.
Hey, Oliver, we're going to need a few more seconds to talk about this on the ground, see if we have any more ideas.
Roger.
Victor Glover continues routing the CP9 cable.
Yes.
There we go. Excellent.
It says remove before EVA.
I thought those things were supposed to be red.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mike Hopkins dealing with the snag in the CP8 cable and may have located the source. Currently 5 hours and 55 minutes since the start of this morning's spacewalk.
And Hopper, you might want to try to tuck that into one of the side pockets. Behind the wire tie caddy or something.
Okay, Andy, I'm at 30.
Yep, got it.
I'm at 3687 at the base of CP9.
Say again, sorry, Ike.
I'm at handrail 3687 at the base of CP9.
Copy that. Excellent. So you can reel out excess cable, so you get the other connector out, and then you'll be removing the connector from the cable reel bag and routing it to 3687 where you are. And then you can loop the excess or the slack, and you can tie down or secure the slack between 3687 and 3688, which should be forward of where you are.
It can work. And Andy, do you need it to be touching both of those handrails, or do you just want me to stow it in that vicinity?
Stand by.
Yeah, that works a little easier, Andy.
That's good news. And Ike, you can just loop it around that one handrail 3687. The important thing is to make sure that the targe rotation plane is clear so that it can't catch on that.
Okay, we can talk about that in a second before I secure it down.
All right, Andy, which one of these am I going for?
You are going to Juliet 7 on a spider cable.
Juliet 7.
Yeah, the labels are just past the connector on the wire.
Yeah.
They're not in an awesome location.
And there should be a cap on there that you'll need to remove.
4300. It has 3 connectors right there? Yeah. And one of them is the one I connected? Right. And then if you follow the connector past the metal back shell, about within 6 inches of the back shell, along the cable, there's a P something label tied to it. It's on the other side. That's not an awesome location. All right. And there's a wire tie right on top of it. A7, P7, tally-ho.
All right, and just a reminder before you make the connection, double check your safety tether doesn't get trapped.
Sure.
And again, also just double check that you're routing it forward of the innerboard-most strut.
It's forward.
Today's spacewalk now at a total time of 6 hours. Both crew members are working on cable routing, and once connected, these cables will provide a Wi-Fi hotspot. That connection won't take place today. This is simply routing those cables in preparation for future spacewalks.
Tiny Tin, Alpha, good Tins, city in my band.
Copy. Go to make P7 to J7.
Made it. 7J7. Okay, Andy, let me tell you what I'm doing with this cable, with the free ends.
Go ahead.
You ready? There's one twist around the cable, that handrail, 3687 I think it was. Then I'm going to take the bundle and put it under one twist. That way when they release this bundle, there's still one twist holding the base of it to the inboard stanchion of this handrail.
Copy. Good plan.
In the charge rotation plane, I'm actually facing the loop forward, so I think the charge rotation plane is aft. It's still curled up right at the base of the VSS, whatever this stanchion is called, right at the base of it, and just over the handrail. I don't think the charge rotation plane is an issue. You can see in my WBS there.
That looks excellent to us, Ike.
I was just shooting for average. You going, Hopper? Good. I got your first wire tie. Teaching us. And that was actually one that was on your path. So nice I used it as well. I was supposed to go to 3621. And then the handrail split and I went forward, so you'll be on that. You're just going a straight shot. Roger. So should I wait out here, Andy? Is it a conflict for me to, what do you want me to do now?
Ike, we'd like you to reclock the CP9 sunshade to align it with the camera body.
Okay. It'll work.
And just a caution not to translate or maneuver on the CP9 ORU due to the stanchion load limits.
Copy. Say that last part again. You don't want me to translate what?
Don't translate on the CP9 ORU.
Okay, but the stanchion, I can go on the BSSA stanchion. I might be able to reach it from the racetrack, but I might have to go to the bolt interface.
Yeah, that's fine.
The two lower bolts? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'll go slow, and I'll try not to put loads into it. And it wants to be crooked. Either a little under or a little over to get square.
You're getting a look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight controllers all monitoring the systems and the suits and the astronauts aboard the International Space Station during today's spacewalk.
All right, Andy, that's about as square as I can get it. Can you see?
Well, we don't have KU just at this moment.
Okay, well then it's perfect.
We wouldn't imagine anything else.
Okay. Just so you know where I am, 3620 is the handrail.
All right.
Visual, huh? That's it.
All right, guys, I think...
Have the gas in the handrails, right?
So I think handrail 3620 is a good place to tie down the CP8 cable reel bag, and that's what we would suggest that you do. So we'll get it tied down nice and tight, and then we can head back to the airlock.
Okay, 3620 is a short handrail. You want 2 copies. Do you prefer prefer it on a longer handrail?
It's probably easier if you tie down between the two rows of handrails. So there's the aft row and the forward row. That would be our suggestion.
Roger. Okay. Copy that.
And just a reminder to push the bag opening up against structure.
Make sure I didn't get your safety tether. Oh, yeah, you did. I'm sorry. Put your right leg back. It's clear now. Pitch the other way. Okay. Yep. All right, excellent.
Today's spacewalk has now been going for 6 hours and 10 minutes.
Second set of hands is going to be greatly appreciated here. Give you what I got left. Ain't a whole lot.
The astronauts are routing the CP8 and CP9 cables. Victor Glover's cable has been routed to the desired location.
Right on my workstation, if that helps. Well, there's two adjustables right on there.
Cable routing will end a little early for Mike Hopkins, and they are tying the bag down outside where it can remain indefinitely. However, both of these will be accessed on future spacewalks and eventually connected to provide a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Need you on contract. I've got you left. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. They want the door. Okay, and I've got room to cinch my side over here. Okay, hold on. Got to get the extra cable. Oh, actually, you know what? This is just connected to the bag loop and then a rep. Oh, yeah, that bag loop. Okay, there we go. It'll tighten down on the bag. Yeah.
All right, we're back with you from after a longer than expected handover. Just a reminder to bring back to the airlock the two wire tie caddies and any additional rets and adjustables that aren't used to tie it down.
Oh, okay. So we're going to, all right.
And remember, you put a piece of tape behind one of the wire tie caddies.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
And if it helps, you can put the wire tie caddies and other pieces of equipment in Ike's bag or on Ike's bag.
That's what I was thinking. I can get, yeah. All right, I'm going to remove one side of an adjustable. Okay. Well, let's see.
So just remember, the hook goes through both the bag and the wire tie caddy loop.
Roger. Okay.
So I don't think that wire tie caddy is tethered now.
That is. It's tethered on the other side. So you want me to use this tether to tether it to this side? Yeah, if you can. Do you have enough to tie it down? I've got one right now to tie it down. Okay, so this tether that's on both of these, I'm going to take both of them on this adjustable that's on my side. Okay, I'm going to connect to it now. Okay. If you have any other connections to the wire tie caddies on your side, you can release them. Okay, no, I've got these. Let's see. I do have one. You don't have this one, though. No, this side. The side facing me, I've got. Yeah. So these two, I'll leave connected and take them off with that. All right, so can you just confirm right here that this wire tie caddy has got it on this side? Do you see where I'm pointing? No, I can't. Just give me a second. Okay. Andy, there's a large small here that I think we want to take in too. Is that correct? Leave it. Okay, hold on, please. Yep.
So everything comes back inside except for the two adjustables that are used to tie down the bag.
Okay. So I've got an adjustable in each wire tie caddy. Okay. So you can release everything else to the wire tie caddy. Roger that. Okay. I've got the one on this side. This one's released. Pick it up. Yeah. Let it go once it's out.
There's the tape. Nice catch.
Got it. Bag tied down. Okay, I've got a ret to the bag. I'm going to, let's see, where's the opening? See the opening going up. I'm still ready. I can take this off. I'm going to pass it through the handle. You want it like this, correct?
Yeah, and just to confirm, we'd like the large, small adjustable to come inside, so please use two small adjustables.
Roger. Okay, I'm trying to put these wire tie caddies in the bag. Roger. As easy as it seemed in my head.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover outside on today's spacewalk working to tie down the CP-8, that's Camera Port 8 cable bag. That cable was partially routed in addition to the fully routed CP-9 cable. This is the last major task for the astronauts today.
All right, Andy, I got a small. It's coming off the CP-8 bag. Going on my NWF. I heard you. Roger. large, small. It's also coming off CP8 and going on my MWS. That's a ret. Okay.
So what we can see looks good. Hopper, you can remove your ret to the bag if you want, and then you can cinch it down the adjustables.
Roger. I'll run the cinch on this side too. Okay, let me get my red off. I tightened it up too much. My red. Okay, I'm ready. On a cinch. Yep. Okay.
Okay, that's snug. That's nice.
That's nice, I agree. Looks good.
This ain't going nowhere.
That's good.
Good job.
Excellent. And if there's any loops of cable, we just want to make sure that they're also secured so that they're not interfering with the targe rotation.
I've got one loop on this side. How big does it look on your side there, Ike?
About 8 inches into the handrail. So it looks secure. It's not going toward the targe. That's going facing forward about 8 inches.
I agree.
That's good. On your side, it's wire tied. Looks good.
Roger.
All right, looks like a good tie down.
Roger.
Ready.
Ready to head back?
I am ready.
Roger.
All right, when you guys are happy, you can head back to the airlock, follow your safety tethers back, and Ike, remember to pick up your green hook from Lab 285.
You want? I'll follow you from here, though.
Okay. Copy. More.
Now that looks like the picture. That's a nice job on that bag.
That came out all right, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Must be the same person who did the wire ties on Bartolomeo Pappas.
I don't know that person because that was, it was a little hard. All right, Ike, I think this is where we park company.
So,
see you back at the airlock.
Roger, the safety tethers caught around something.
Crew members have wrapped up their tasks for the day, and the sun rises on the International Space Station as it orbits 260 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. Got a small glimpse from a helmet camera of the solar arrays. The next major upgrades for the International Space Station will be installation of new solar arrays arriving later this year. These are known as IROSA, standing for Rollout Solar Arrays. This technology is not only being used on the space station, but also for the power and propulsion element for NASA's Gateway Lunar Outpost. The main difference between those two solar arrays is that these on the space station will be installed and deployed manually through spacewalks, but those on Gateway for the power and propulsion element will be deployed autonomously after launch.
So while you guys are translating back, I'll just give you an update on the ammonia situation. You've now had 3 full bakeouts, and combined with the fact that you didn't see any contamination on your suits and that the propulsive stream wasn't directed at you directly, then our recommendation is that we do not do an ammonia measurement test inside the airlock. But of course, we want your opinion of it.
What do you think? I think we're okay. I'm comfortable with that too. Yeah, Andy, we like it.
Excellent. Then we'll forego the ammonia measurement test.
1, 5, 2. All right, EV2 is at the airlock. All right, EV1 is at my green hook.
You can see from the high-definition camera on his spacesuit, Mike Hopkins has arrived back at the Quest airlock. As Victor Glover makes his way there as well, just a quick recap of what our astronauts accomplished today. It's now been 6 hours and 25 minutes since the start of the spacewalk. That began at 7:14 a.m. Central, 8:14 a.m. Eastern. The crew members vented 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system and relocated 1 jumper cable to the outside of the Quest airlock.
Copy that.
Victor Glover removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly, which recently received a successful checkout.
Hopper, if you want to get your waste tether connected to the airlock D-ring extender, you can go ahead and do that.
Mike Hopkins successfully connected 3 jumpers on the Bartolomeo platform. That task had recently given astronauts some trouble on a spacewalk earlier this year. He also capped 1 of those jumpers, leaving 5 out of 6 connectors mated and Bartolomeo in a mostly operational state. European Space Agency teams will evaluate a future course of action.
And the small hook is also good.
Copy that. And I think I heard you say that you're going to retrieve that Columbus crew lock bag that's outside temp stowed.
It's in work.
Power checkouts were reported to be successful on the jumpers connected on the Bartolomeo platform today. Victor Glover installed a thermal cover stiffener to keep the thermal cover from blowing open.
On the forward gearing, I think I am right. Forward, you are on the forward. Okay. We do kind of have a cross. It's going to hang out here. Yeah. Okay. I've got the red from inside. APFR is kind of serving as a fair lead for me. So you see my cable? Yeah, I do. Okay. See, mate, would it be better if I undo that? I'm about ready to go in. Okay. I'm gonna do one last look. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Other tasks completed today include Mike Hopkins reconfiguring the ham radio.
All right, let's go in. Roger.
And both astronauts worked to route camera port cables. The CP9 cable was routed to its intended destination for the day, and CP8 was partially routed.
Yep, I did, and it's there.
Okay, so once you're satisfied that you're connected to the airlock D-ring extender, I think you already checked that, then you can give Ike a go to release your anchor hook.
Ike, you have a go. Release the anchor hook.
And Ike, you can take Hopper's anchor hook and put it on your waist tether, and then check gate closed, hook locked.
Will do. Operate your anchor is off of the aft steering. Roger. Black on black, gate closed to my waist tether, which is also locked. Black on black, gate closed. Roger. What's in the FCU now? Roger. I've also got this reel bag. Okay. Another, actually, you know what? It's got all red on it. Hop up and put that in. Roger.
Both astronauts are back at the airlock, but the spacewalk itself and its clock will not be complete until repressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock begins.
Okay. Little reel bag is on the chain rail. Roger that. Still locking, getting my FCU locked. Okay. Got it.
Then you can retrieve your own anchor hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Yeah, I've got to get safety tether chain through my waist tether. Still locked. Lock on black. And I will grab my anchor. Okay. There we go. I am locked. I've got both anchors up. Let me pull this T8 in, CP9. All right, Ike. You are clear. All right. Getting my BRT situated, and I'll be in shortly. Good job. All right, here it comes.
And Ike, is there
up against something? You see anything right here? Not seeing. Under my twist or my feet. Okay, well, whatever it is, it's gone. That's much better. Can I say Andy? Andy, what did you say?
So we'll just want you to verify that the pit pin is in place, the same one as before. It's the aft pit pin on the forward hinge. And then also something new.
Okay, stand by.
Sure. And now there should be a hook that you...
looks like it did when we egress.
No, don't. You don't need to egress to verify.
Andy, the pin looks like it did when we egress. No change.
Copy that. So you can now close the hook and cinch the strap until it's fairly snug, and then let us know how many Sharpie lines are visible.
I snugged it, and it essentially would take up all the slack. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is, I think, all of them that you could, which slack is you could take up.
Yeah, we copy and we see that in your WES. so you can remove the SCU from the pouch and connect it to your DCM.
Copy.
And Ike, before you do that, can you check that the Velcro, the strap is not blocking access to the magnetic plate?
The strap is not. Strap is what the tether is connected to. You talking about this piece of Velcro? It's not flush. Magnetic plate is a little bit gone from the other.
Yeah, we see that.
WBS, it doesn't
yeah,
flush.
we have a good view, and we see that the Velcro is now out of, it's not interfering.
Okay. All right. If you could go a little more, whatever side you're on, is that station forward? It is. Go a little bit more that way. Roger. And then toward the hatch so I can move my pliff up. Yep. All right. Okay. I'm going to put my SC in work. Okay. That made a lot of room, whatever you did. I kind of rotated a little bit. Hold forward.
And Hopper, is your SCU connected and locked?
Connected and locked.
Copy. And Hopper, this time you can turn your HECA off OFF.
Roger. Thanks for the reminder. HECA is off.
Both astronauts are now in the airlock with the thermal cover closed. This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet camera. And this one coming from the other side of the Quest airlock. This is from a camera inside the equipment lock portion where the astronauts suited up earlier this morning.
SCU cooling. So now at this point you can switch your water to off, OFF, and expect an H2O is off message.
One water off. 82.
Copy, and we need to wait 2 minutes before we close the hatch.
One, two. And I got an O2 use high, 2.6.
Copy.
Copy. That's the only message. That's the only message. Guess we're doing as much as we can do anyway. We're on SCU. Raj.
So Hopper, you're on SCU, so we don't see an immediate problem with the O2 use high message. Your suit pressure also looks good. We'll wait for one more data pass just to confirm.
Roger. You getting in your way, Hopper? Nope. Just trying to get in position to hit the button.
The astronauts' work is done for the day. However, the spacewalk is not over until repressurization begins.
Due to a backfill of the tank. So we're going to go ahead and press with a nominal ingress and nominal repress. So at this point, water's been off for more than 2 minutes, so Ike, you can go ahead and verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware, verify the handle position per the hatch decal, and then go ahead and close and lock the hatch.
Okay. Most of the things are out of the way of the hatch. Can you pull the safety tethers towards you? Yep, sure can. Stand by. There's a large, small. It's perfectly in the wrong spot. That large, small that's hanging out? Don't see it. Which side? It's right on the center of the handrail. Okay. Right on safety tethers. Great. And if I can get that large, small. Oh, that's the one to the CPA bag. How's that? Maybe. Much better. Roger. Okay, now I'm going to come back toward you. Roger. Am I bumping up against you, or is that Weta? It's the Weta. Oh, no. All right, gonna hit the button again. If it was as easy to open as it is to close. Okay. Can't do anything for you? Far we're good. Okay. Going in the latch direction. Counterclockwise. I think that is all the way. Thought this lock tab would get all the way flush. It's not, huh? No. Andy, the handle is all the way hard stop. Oh, there we go. It is flush. Okay. All right. Handle is, or the hatch is latched and locked.
Excellent. If you could just report the gauge value to us, please.
Maybe 0.1. It's just on the right edge, the left edge of the 0.
All right, we copy. So we'll move on to the repress cue card. So on your DCM, just double check that the SCU is connected to the DCM.
V1, 2.
And I can confirm your water has been off for 2 minutes. So on the crew lock, check that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
V1.
On the UIA, check that the oxygen valves, 2 of them to EMU 1 and 2, are open.
Open, ED1, or EMU 1, open EMU 2.
Next, switch power to EV1 and 2 to on.
Power, ED1, On with the green light. Power EV2. On with the green light.
Excellent. Check that EV1 and 2 volts are 18 to 19.
18.6 EV1, 18.6 EV2.
Finally, on your DCM, switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Power SCU. Power SCU.
Copy. It's been a pleasure working with you again. I'll hand you over at this point to Soichi and Kate in the airlock.
Sandy, thanks to the Upgrades 3.5 team. It was a good day.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, we agree. Great job outside. We appreciate all your hard work.
Sandy.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And from here, Suit IB will take over on the crew of grip press. EV1, EV2, O2 actuator to press.
Stand by.
In work.
With both astronauts in the airlock and the hatch closed, we will be looking for repressurization to begin and mark the official end of today's spacewalk. This view of the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, where Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins await the astronauts to help them doff their spacesuits.
EV2. Press.
And copy, EV1 and EV2 both press?
That's affirmative. EV2 is press.
All right. And check the EV1, check EV hatch MTEP is closed.
That's closed.
Okay, EV1 and EV2, we're going to start repressing IB hatch equalization valve. I will start from the very small rate and see how it goes. How's EV1 and EV2 copy?
EV1, true.
Copy. It started repress at 08:02 p.m.
Look at the clock. Wow. Wow. That's late. Yeah.
Just to let you know, we are all awake waiting for you guys.
EV1 is good.
EV2 is good.
Okay, I'm going to slowly pick up the press rate.
EV1, true.
With a spacewalk that began this morning at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, we have just seen repressurization begin at 2:01 p.m. Central Time, bringing us to a total of 6 hours and 47 minutes for today's spacewalk. A wave to the camera from Soichi Noguchi. We will remain on air until the astronauts are back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock and have doffed their helmets. While we wait, another recap of what the astronauts accomplished today. We saw them work together to vent 2 jumpers on the early ammonia system and relocate one of those to the outside of the airlock. Victor Glover removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly, or a WETA. That was recently reported to have a successful checkout. Mike Hopkins connected jumpers on the Bartolomeo platform and capped 1. Connected 3 jumpers. That means 5 out of the 6 connectors are now mated and leaves Bartolomeo in a mostly operational state.
EV is 6 electron, and when the cooler at 5.0 on the EV2, I will close the equalization valve.
Copy.
The power checkouts on those cables connected today were good, and the European Space Agency teams will evaluate future course of action. Victor Glover installed a thermal cover stiffener to keep the thermal cover from blowing open. And Mike Hopkins reconfigured the ham radio also near Columbus. The astronauts then routed the CP9 cable and partially routed CP8, bringing us to a total of 6 hours and 47 minutes for today's spacewalk.
.1.
2.1.
There's 4.0 with the tone. You want copy?
Copy. Now it's equalization valve is off, and I'm going to take 2 minutes to stabilize, so stand by.
1, 2.
And EV1, EV2, this is best time to accept dinner order.
Yes, hot. Yep.
Sir, you make it up.
Twinkies. Twinkies, yeah.
Kate just gave me all the options. So good. I'm going to stop walking and go to the dinner table.
Not quite yet. Wait a minute. Getting a little bit of that same irritation, this time in my left eye.
Getting you right now?
Right now, yeah. Much more mild, though. It's just noticeable.
Copy, V1.
My right eye is fine. I haven't done or changed anything in the last several minutes.
Houston Station, Session 1. P1 is 244.85.
Okay, we copy. Good numbers.
with the completion of today's spacewalk at 2:01 p.m. Central Time. We've got some updated statistics for you based on spacewalks at the station. Today's lasted 6 hours and 47 minutes and was the 237th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 5th spacewalk conducted in 2021, but the 6th for Expedition 64, with one of those originating from the Poisk airlock and 5 from the Quest airlock. This was the 4th spacewalk for Victor Glover, totaling 26 hours and 7 minutes. The 5th for Mike Hopkins, totaling 32 hours and 1 minute. Today's spacewalk itself, as we mentioned, 6 hours and 47 minutes. And of all time, that brings total spacewalks for space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades to a total of 62 days, 3 hours, and 54 minutes.
And assume there's no cut for this yet, so I'm going to continue. EB1, EB2, both auto actuator to IV.
Works. EB1 IV. EB2 IV.
Copy. I will start the equalization again, and again it's starting slow and pick up the rate as you are comfortable.
EB1 2.
And start a repress.
EB1's good. 2, good.
ID copy is going to pick up the rate.
EB1's good. EB2 is good.
While repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, we've got a couple more ask and ask questions that we can answer. This one asking, are the suits one size fits all, or are there different sizes? Engineers on the ground take about 80 measurements to ensure each spacewalker has the best fitting spacesuit, and there are about 16 major elements that compose the suit. That's about 3 different sizes of torsos, 8 sizes of elbow joint pieces, 2 adjustable waist sizes, 5 sizes of knee joint pieces, and 65 sizes of gloves or custom-fitted gloves.
EB1's good. It's getting more. EB2 is good.
The next question comes from Kylie, who wants to know how long these astronauts have been on the station and how long they will stay. The astronauts currently living on the space station arrived on 2 separate vehicles. The first of those was NASA astronaut Kate Rubins and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov. They arrived at the International Space Station on October 14th after launching on a Soyuz rocket. They will remain aboard the International Space Station until next month. Meanwhile, the other 4 crew members arrived on the SpaceX Crew 1 mission. They arrived on November 17th and will stay on board until the arrival of the Crew 2 mission.
How is the north?
Sounds good. So good. And loud.
We copy and concur, and we'll stand by for your report when you open the IV hatch.
And Houston Station 1, it's now quiet and look like its pressure is equalized. If you guys okay, we're gonna start opening the hatch and understand we're block 41.
Sweetie, we are go for you to open the IV hatch.
With the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock repressurized, Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins prepare to open the hatch, separating them from Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover.
Cable on Columbusville. Yeah. How was your CP8 NCGL? Mine was like butter.
Oh, yeah. Those were so easy.
Those teeny weeny pins.
Yeah.
They should make them all teeny weeny pins.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Make more of them.
Yeah.
Instead of go high voltage, a lot of teeny weeny pins.
Houston Station, Safety Ground 1, and crew members, we have no detectable ammonia by smell.
That is good news, Kate. That puts us on the nominal post-EVA, and we'll restow the equipment you got out earlier later on.
Okay, copy all, thanks.
As a reminder, one of the astronauts' tasks today, specifically their first task, was to vent ammonia from the early ammonia system. Confirmation from Kate Rubins that there does not appear to be any ammonia residue on either of the crew members.
Let's see. Is my waist tether still might be attached?
And Airlock Houston on 1, just letting you know, EV crew is no longer hot mic'd on Space to Ground 1. And then for Kate and Suichi, we just want to make sure that you open the 1.240 post-EVA procedure from Optimus because it's an XTP version and not from the link in the ammonia decontamination procedure.
TP version.
Mike Hopkins now back in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Both EVs are not hot mic.
Good copy.
Kate Rubens and Soichi Noguchi are removing the safer backpack.
And Houston Station 1, we're picking up the post-EVA, and we're starting step 7 for the safer docking.
Soichi, we copy.
The safer is the simplified aid for EVA rescue, and it's a compressed nitrogen-powered backpack. Obviously, we didn't see those in use today. They are reserved for use in case a crew member were to become detached from the space station and needed to maneuver back. Another look at today's spacewalk by the numbers. This was the 237th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the 5th spacewalk of this year. It was the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 64, one of those being conducted out of the Poisk module, and the other 5 out of the Quest airlock, which we saw today. This was the fourth spacewalk for Victor Glover, and now has a total of spacewalking time of 26 hours and 7 minutes. Mike Hopkins completed his fifth spacewalk today, totaling out at 32 hours and 1 minute. Today's spacewalk lasted 6 hours and 47 minutes, starting at 7:14 a.m. Central Time and ending at 2:01 p.m. Central Time. And in total of those 237 spacewalks in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades, you see 62 days, 3 hours, and 54 minutes of total spacewalking time. The 4 astronauts in frame were leading today's spacewalk on orbit, Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover being our spacewalkers, and Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubens serving to help them get suited and unsuited. The team here on the ground, consisting of Flight Director Chris Edelin, Lead Spacewalk Officer Art Thomason, and Ground IV, who was relaying the tasks to the astronauts, Andy Mogensen, an ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut, and Capcom Kathy Bolt spoke with the astronauts inside the International Space Station. Both Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, where they were this morning preparing for today's spacewalk. As we await for the astronauts' helmets to be removed, a recap of today's spacewalk and everything our crew members accomplished. The spacewalk began at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, and the first task for our crew members was to vent 2 kit jumpers on the early ammonia system. Victor Glover relocated one of those jumper cables to the outside of the Quest airlock, then removed and replaced a wireless video system external transceiver assembly. We've received confirmation that there was a successful checkout of that hardware. Mike Hopkins successfully connected 3 jumpers on the Bartolomeo platform, continuing work that was started earlier this year. He also capped 1 jumper, meaning 5 out of the 6 connectors are now mated, and Bartolomeo is in a mostly operational state. European Space Agency teams reported that power checkouts were good, and they will continue evaluating a future course of action for the platform. Victor Glover installed a new thermal cover stiffener, preventing the thermal cover on the Quest airlock from blowing open, and Mike Hopkins reconfigured the ham radio near the Columbus module. The astronauts finished out the day by routing the CP9, that's camera port 9 cable, and partially routing the CP8 cable. Once connected, these will provide a Wi-Fi hotspot for the International Space Station. Today's spacewalk ended at 2:01 p.m. Central Time for a total spacewalk time of 6 hours, 47 minutes. Astronauts Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins getting a chance to flex their hands After a taxing EVA, of course, all work on a spacewalk is performed by the astronauts' hands, and so at the end of the day, working with those heavy pressurized gloves, it feels good to take those off and get to flex your hands. And with helmets off of Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins, that wraps up our coverage for today's spacewalk, totaling at 6 hours and 47 minutes. Coming up next for space station events, we will have Mark Vandehei participating in a live news conference Monday, March 15th at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Vandehei will be flying as part of Expedition 65 to the International Space Station. Good attitudes and a successful day of work completed by our two astronauts, Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. And with that, we are signing off. This is Mission Control Houston.